This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
I'd like to punch him in the face.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
A rare yellow weather warning. I've been practicing that. A rare yellow weather warning. Rare yellow weather warning. Rare yellow weather warning. Thank you. Torrential downpours have led to massive flooding across the northeast of America on Thursday, as hundreds of flights were cancelled and vehicles travelling during rush hour were turned into boats. About 25 million Americans were under a state of emergency. Vehicles were submerged as major expressways became rivers. Water poured through the roofs and walls of the New York subway. Residents in basements were told to move out. Grand Central Station was flooded. Fallen trees blocked railway lines. 18,000 people were without power in New Jersey. Flash floods turned car parks into lakes. Hundreds of flights were cancelled or delays. But Donald Trump has banned the use of the words climate and change and cut funding for forecasting agencies, so none of this is really happening. It's fake news. Believe me. Because if you pretend it's not happening, then it isn't. And here, we are being warned to adopt the brace position for storm flores, which comes with a rare yellow weather warning. Wow, I got through it. I didn't think I was going to... I think the trick is to not think about it. To just charge ahead. Close your eyes and press your foot on the pedal. A rare yellow weather warning. I did it again. Shall I try it one more time?
No.
And here we are being warned to adopt the brace position for storm flores, which will batter the UK next week. A rare yellow weather warning has been... I can't believe I'm managing to do that. A rare yellow weather warning has been issued in parts of the country up north from 6 a.m. on Monday to 6 a.m. on Tuesday, with forecasters warning of unseasonably strong winds and a danger to life.
Warning, warning.
Not a warning, an alert. Exposed coasts and high grounds could see winds of 85 miles an hour. And with the trees still in leaf, that might mean curtains for many of them. There'll be matchsticks by dawn. And waves may be huge, and stuff could get strewn about, and tiles could fall off roofs, and men's hats could blow off.
Oh, no.
And if you're travelling by road, rail, air, ferry or bridges, then your journey may take longer than anticipated. But then that's always the case because nothing works in this country. Motor vehicle expert Rod said, "This unseasonable bout of stormy weather will mean that drivers need to take extra care at the start of the week." He said, "Please ensure that you ignore the speed restrictions. Those are for other people, not you, as you are special and nothing bad will ever happen to you." Of course, if you're driving an Audi, then you will already be doing this.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, dry, bright, warm. Of course, listeners in Glasgow will get their own weather. I can check on that while you wait. One moment, please. Your call is not important to us. We don't care about you. If we did, we would have employed more people to answer your call. Well, look at this. It's not raining at the moment in Glasgow. Can you believe that?
No.
Neither will it be raining tomorrow. But normal service is resumed on Sunday. And it will be raining on Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and... What? Not raining on Wednesday? Pfft, rubbish. It will be raining on Thursday and raining on Friday and raining on Saturday and raining on Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday. Every day. Every day for the rest of your lives. Oh, well, never mind. Now, for everybody else, would you like to hear the long-range forecast for the next 4 weeks?
No.
First 2 weeks of August. To begin, dry and sunny, then spells of rain and showers, especially in the north and the west. And especially in the northwest, I bet. And then in the middle of the month, more settled conditions and above average temperatures. And then the last 2 weeks of August, the end of the summer. Darker nights are just around the corner and a chill this way comes as we charge towards Jesus' birthday. Okay, last 2 weeks of August. You ready? Settled and pleasant, except you know where. Above average temperatures with the potential for hot spells to develop. Oh, how can I not get developed, but I can get rare yellow weather warning? Last 2 weeks of August, settled and pleasant, except Glasgow. Above average temperatures with the potential for hot spells to develop. Above average temperatures with the potential for hot spells to develop. We'll take it. Craig emails, "Hi Nick, hi Nick." He says, "Why don't we house some of the migrants in Nigel Farage's house that he bought near Clacton, as he never uses it.
I'm a nutcase.
I'm sure he'd be down with that. Ken emails, I'm really looking forward to President Trump's second state visit here, as I'm keen to see what etiquette clangers he drops next time. For me, his funniest gaffe on the first state visit was when he stepped in front of the Queen while inspecting the troops. All you could see of Her Majesty was her head occasionally bobbing up from behind Trump's shoulder. It was a total eclipse of the Queen.
Rock and roll!
It's hilarious. He completely lost her. He didn't know where she was. I think the human race has taken a wrong turn somewhere. I think we should consult our map, go back and see where we went wrong. Who's with me? Richard says, what's Ray got to do with the yellow weather warning? Not Ray, Egypt. Rare yellow weather warning. It's a rare yellow weather warning. Have you heard? It's a rare yellow weather warning. Somerset. Hello, John.
Oh, hi, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate. Have you heard about see, now, I thought about it too much. If I just blasted through it, I could have got it out. Have you heard about the rare yellow weather warning?
I have, actually. Is it something to do with snow?
Snow?
Oh, no.
No. No snow.
Well, I don't ever eat yellow snow.
Right.
I don't know.
This sounds like a listener with material to me.
No, honestly, I'm not.
Okay.
In fact, the last 3 hours I've been thinking, what can I ring him about? I've got no material.
Oh, right. Well, I'll put you on hold and you call me back as soon as you think of something. All right. Gary in Anglesey says, thanks for the sightseeing advice now I can't say anything apart from rare yellow weather warning. That I can do perfectly. Any other words in the English language, posing a problem. Gary from Anglesey says, thanks for the sightseeing advice for my I can't do it. I can't do it. There seems to be something wrong with me.
Correct.
Gary in Anglesey says, now if I don't get it this time, I'm just going to throw it away. I'm going to act like the last time I was on a golf course and I put like the fifth ball in a row in the river and I threw my club and stormed off the pitch. I believe that's what golfers call their area of play, off the pitch. I should have got Donald Trump's caddy and he could have just dropped the ball in the hole for me. There you are, another hole in one. Mark that down on my card. Gary in Anglesey says, thanks for the sightseeing advice for my midweek hospital visit to Belsize Park. Unfortunately, my train was unavoidably 3.5 hours late and I missed both of my appointment times. 3.5 hours. Says, thankfully, the consultant made sure he saw me and got me through the clinic in time for my return journey, says Gary. I've been in a long-going fight with a railway company that screwed up my plans and was like an hour and a half late. And the train that they sent to replace the train that didn't work, or the driver hadn't shown up, or they'd run out of moist towelettes in the buffet car. I've got no idea. That one broke down, and then the one that they sent to replace the one that broke down was delayed for some reason. I don't know, the wheels weren't round enough, or some issue with the rails. And then there was a wildfire, and we got diverted into, I've got no idea to this day where I went. It was like a sightseeing trip round England. And so I asked for my money back, which is my right. And they said, oh, no, you can't have your money back because you've claimed for this trip already. And the part of because it was a return trip, and I'd claimed for the going out part because they'd screwed that up as well. And I suppose fair play to them, they gave me a bit of money back. And then the coming back part of the return trip was even worse than going out. And so I wanted money back for that too. And they said, oh, no, you can't. You've already claimed for this trip. No, you idiots. It was one trip, but it was a round trip. It's called a return. And they kept saying, oh, no, we have rejected your claim. You get nothing. You can appeal this decision by following the following 52 different stages of increasing difficulty designed to make you give up and go away. And so the latest is that they've sent me three refusals and an apology for not bringing me my latest refusal more quickly. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on WhatsApp, it's the same number as the phone. 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbot, LBC.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Don't vote for reform. It's dangerous. They're a mad, bad, far-right, racist party.
Consider it done, Nigel. Scott says, do you think that Donald Trump has moved those two submarines to his bathtub to do battle with his rubber ducks? I don't know what he's playing at. It's just just think of everything he does with the mentality of a child in a schoolyard, and then you won't go far wrong. I mean, what's the point of doing that? What a giant flaming tangerine ass. That's presidential language, by the way. Martin text, crashing the global stock markets and threatening to start World War III. All in a day's work for Donny. P.S. Why isn't there a word that rhymes with orange? Orange. Is there a word that rhymes with orange? Well, let's go through the alphabet. Borange, corange, dorange, D, E, F, orange, E, F, G, gorange, H, orange. Orange. Well, posh people say that, don't they? I would like an orange. That's what they say. God, it's almost like a posh person walked into the studio there, eh?
No.
Where are we? H, A, B, C. I can't start in the middle. I've got to start at the beginning. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. Oh, I've gone too far. H, I, E, orange. J, jorange. K, L, M, N, O, P, Q. Corange. R, Rorange. Rorange. I'm going to give up on the alphabet there because, nobody really knows how many letters are left. It's hard to tell. And I've only got a brief 3-hour show. 0345 6060 973. Kensington. Hello, Cliff.
Hey, how are you, Nick?
Very well, thanks.
Good to hear you. We don't always disagree on everything, well, almost everything, but I do agree, A, Donald Trump is a clown, and B, the weather is bad, but it's not for the reasons that you think. And I wonder if you could just try to grasp this conspiracy theory, which I know is poison to you, that the government is actually creating the climate crisis so they can make money and control everybody.
Warning.
Insanity incoming.
Oh, God. Come on, Nick.
Okay, so let's take this apart, shall we? So the government is controlling...
Yeah, why not?
Wait a minute. The government is controlling the weather. Is that the first contention? Okay, how are they doing that?
Look, I know you go outside. You see the chemtrails in the sky. Oh, God, he said that word. Oh, no, that word.
Get off the internet, Cliff.
They're doing it worldwide.
It's affecting your brain.
Oh, come on, Nick.
Chemtrails. You can't be serious. So
I am serious.
So
you see them. Come on, look up.
Yeah, that's not chemtrails. They're contrails.
I know. They're not contrails.
Yeah, it's contrails. Ask a chemist or a scientist
what about the pilots?
or a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
Don't ask him. He knows nothing.
Can I ask a question? What about the pilots that say they see them up there? Are they lying?
They see what up there?
Chemtrails.
Contrails is what they're seeing.
And other people, other whistleblowers.
Okay, all right. Let's whistleblowers. Let's just park that there.
It's whistleblowers.
Hang on a minute. Cliff. Let's just park that there and then go to the why. Why would they be doing that?
Why would they be doing that? For control. Look, the weather.
What does that mean?
Look how much they're going to make out of it. Who? I know you agree that money runs the world.
Who would make money out of it?
Well, if I tell you who it is, you're going to laugh again. But, it's the people that control the world that have all the money, and they want more money.
Bankers and tech
Yeah,
bros.
You're on the right road.
And you think bankers and tech bros are controlling the weather?
Well, look, the stuff that they spray, they have to mine. That's money for them. Yeah, right there. Okay. And so they own all the mines. Okay. So the government is paying them the money to do that.
They dig it up and then they spray it all over us. Yeah. For what purpose?
All over. Well, no, it's controlling the weather. Mostly it's nano aluminum. It's heavy metals. Okay.
And they're controlling the weather. By what measure are they controlling it?
I don't like the word control. I think destroying the weather's better. I agree with you. You and I agree totally that the weather's messed up, and to ignore it is stupid. That's true. It's gone. It's getting worse all the time. I mean, we've had 4 heat waves here in Britain, and we're getting ready for another one, 39 degrees. Come on, never seen anything like it.
Right, but the only difference, the difference between us is not that we can't recognize weather when we see it. It's why it's becoming more extreme.
Exactly.
And you think that banks are controlling the weather in order to make money from mining the elements that they then spray from planes in the sky?
Right. It's just waste product. Get rid of it any way you can. But metals, you spray them up. It's heating up the planet, and it controls the rain too.
All right. Okay, Cliff. It's been educational. There's just so many people out there that are so convinced of this stuff because they sit in a little pink bubble all day, only hearing echoes of what they throw out. It's actually alarming. It is. And the internet is both the greatest source of information that has ever been invented and the greatest source of misinformation that has ever been invented. And the problem with the internet is that everything looks equally valid. The website that is from, I hesitate to mention a news organization because people will just say, oh, well, that's fake news. But let's say the websites that are from The Guardian, The Times, The Telegraph, I almost said Mail there. Let's just stick with The Guardian, The Times and The Telegraph. Let's take The Telegraph out. The Guardian and The Times. And The Washington Post and The New York Post. And the French ones that I can't think of right now. If you read something from them, then it appears on the same screen as the demented screeds from people like that. It all looks equally valid. It's not. Chemtrails. Ahmed emails, Farage, I've got to stop calling him Farage. It makes him sound, I don't know, sort of soft and round and warm and cuddly. Farage tweeted, congratulations to Clacton Pier after it was named as one of the best amusement parks in Europe on TripAdvisor. I wonder if his next holiday will be there, as he's so proud of it. Yeah, I'm expecting not. No. I bet he wouldn't be able to find Clacton with a sat-nav. 0345 6060 973. Somerset, hello, John.
Oh, hi, Nick, how are you?
Yes, good, thanks.
I was just pondering about Farage not being able to find Clacton with the sat-nav.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this earlier. I was thinking, the people that voted for him, they must think, what I wanted to say was sometimes people ring up other programs on LBC.
No.
They do. And they say, I'm from Clacton.
Mm.
And I always think, have you seen him?
Okay, is this the same guy again? Martin says, no, read that. Richard says, did you have it on your bingo card that Trump would sack a top official because she announced some unfavourable job figures? No. I also didn't have on my bingo card that he would build a solid gold ballroom on the side of the White House that is half as big again as the actual White House. That's true. The ballroom that he is thinking of, no, he's not thinking of it, he's going to do it. He's building a ballroom for himself. And attached to the White House, the ballroom is half as big again as the White House. Can you believe that? This guy. His own fans are starving to death, and couldn't afford a hospital bill if their life depended on it, which it will. And he's building gold ballrooms to reflect his own glory. I'm sure it'll be very, very tasteful. Let's see. Crouch End. Hello, Brian.
Hello, Nick. Nice to talk to you again. Oh, I saw the most horrible thing. First, I saw it on social media, so I had to double check and make sure it was for real. But apparently, the Smithsonian, under pressure from Trump, has deleted from their American History Museum stories about presidents that were impeached, and his name has been deleted from that.
Yeah, his name is taken off that list. Yeah,
and yet he was impeached twice. So, but yeah, I guess he's trying to erase history, and it's just really scary.
Yeah. Well, you got that last part right. Yeah, no doubt. All right, thanks for the update, Brian. Yeah, I have detailed files about all of that. Don't you worry. Gabriel says, this week I had a dream. Well, a nightmare about Jacob Rees-Mogg. We were in a leather room. Can't recall why. And I asked him why he spoke in such a superciliously posh accent and whether it was forced on him at childhood. He got rattled by my questioning, threw a hissy fit, and asked me to leave his leather room. Okay, all right. God, way too many people with material. I'm not inviting it. Why are you people giving it to me? But I did have a dream about Jacob Rees-Mogg. Me and him were having tea together. He invited me to have tea with him. It was very, very detailed. He had lace. What do you call those things that they put on the back of a chair to stop gentlemen's hair grease from wiping off on your three-piece suite? I can't remember. There's some special word for them. Anyway, he had those. And he was being very, very nice to me. And I don't know why, because I'm always absolutely horrible to him.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
No, I don't know why I was, but I was. And you can find full details of that in one of my old podcasts, one of the Nick Abbot habits. I think it's labelled I Dreamt of Smuggy or something like that. And you can find it where you get good podcasts, by the way. It's on Global Player and the new LBC app. Andrew says the second syllable of orange rhymes with cringe. No, it doesn't. Peter says the closest rhyming word with orange is lozenge. Well, that is quite close. And that would do in a poem. You know poems, don't you? Boring. Yeah, that's them. Paul said earlier a swift or house martin crashed into the oak out the front while being chased by a sparrowhawk. The hawk just flew off, but I couldn't find the other bird to see if I could help, so I will never sleep again. Thanks a lot, Taylor Swift. See what you've done? Are you kidding me? Hey, stop putting jokes through. I really mean it. Wayne says, did the Republicans claim the Dems had a tornado machine for targeting Republican states? Yes, they did, yes. Plus those Jewish space lasers, according to Queen MAGA Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's ding-a-ling weather time. Yeah, that's exactly what she said. The Jews are using space lasers to set wildfires going, I think was her contention. And the Democrats have, the left, radical, communist, fascist Democrats have a tornado machine which targets Republican states when they're going out to vote. That's what she thinks. She's probably married to that first guy I took a call from. They'd get on like a house on fire. 0345 6060 973. And I have something very, very important that somebody alerted me to just before I came on the air. You remember Y2K and how nothing appeared to happen in the tick over between 1999 and 2000, Y2K? Well, there's something else coming up that's just like that, except it's worse. And I know you might think that, Y2K, nothing really happened, but nothing really happened for a reason. It's because hundreds or thousands of people were working diligently for a vast amount of time to make it not happen. But no one's doing a blooming thing about this thing that's coming up. Have you heard? Well, I'll talk about that. Maybe talk about Manchester United for just a bit. Not the club itself, but the way it's been run. And I got detailed files on that ballroom that Donald Trump wants to erect to his own glory. 0345 6060 973. It's 10:30 on LBC, the news headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Oh, hello there. Very nice to meet you.
Yes, hello there, Jeff, in Merthyr Tydfil. So nice to meet you.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Yes, I'm very good, thanks.
Good to hear it. I'm sort of metaphorically phoning you from behind the sofa. Why is LBC telling me that this lunatic has moved 2 nuclear submarines closer to Russia?
Well, what's the point of doing that? I mean, I thought a nuclear submarine had a rocket on board that could spit further than you could see.
Yeah. He's going to apparently pardon Ghislaine Maxwell for giving evidence that he never went near Epstein's island. And as long as she gives that evidence, she'll be okay.
As long as she mentions a lot of people that we've heard of, none of whom include the names Donald or Trump, then she'll be just fine.
Yeah. So the world is going completely crazy.
And I wonder if his fans would be happy with that, whether they'll take whatever she said, a woman who is desperate to get out of jail, who will, if you were in that position, you would say anything in order to get out of jail. And I wonder if Trump's fans, who have refused to join him on this, they've refused to do what he wants and stop talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, as though he don't. He says that as though he's never really heard of him. Not too sure of his name. Jeffrey, is it Epstein? Yeah, right. So I wonder if his fans are going to just accept whatever this woman says in order to get out of jail and think, oh, well, if she says that Donald Trump, the person who is releasing her from jail, didn't do anything, then that's good enough for me.
Yeah, well, it's good enough for Donald. I didn't know he's going to build a ballroom on the site of the White House. Well, that's interesting enough. I'm just frightened. I need reassurance.
Yeah, he's not going to do anything to Vladimir Putin. The relationship is clear. As soon as Donald Trump was elected president the second time, Russian state television, on their news show, put up pictures of Donald Trump's current wife naked. That's true. That happened. Thereby underlining who's in charge in that relationship. So Donald Trump is not doing anything by moving about a nuclear submarine or two. That don't make never mind. What difference does it make? He's got about 700 nuclear weapons at his disposal. All he has to do is bash his weirdly tiny hands on the big red button in front of him, and it won't be a Diet Coke he'll be ordering.
I don't think I'm getting the reassurance that I was looking for. I'm getting extremely nervous.
Yeah.
But anyway, the thing is, the world being going utterly crazy.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, is there any sanity left? And I turned you on today, and I'm getting contrails.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry about that. Not my fault. This show was like this when I got here.
I mean, the only thing that hasn't been mentioned tonight is Swift's taking the sandwich, and being mistaken.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get through an entire show with that, with mentioning birds only a couple of hundred times, shall we?
Well, the end result of all this is that I'm still extremely nervous.
Extremely nervous.
Because these people who seem to be in charge of things
shouldn't be in charge of running a bath. I agree.
Trump. it seems to be totally out of control. There doesn't seem to be any logical sense to anything he does.
It's like he's like one of those children whose parents ignore them when they're on a train, and they run up and down the aisle and they jump on seats and they they just muck about and then they pee on the floor, and the parents are just utterly self-absorbed. They're not paying any attention at all. They just let them run riot, and that's what he's like as an adult.
Yep. Before we depart for the evening, can I just mention, I'm sorry I missed two of my fans from Scotland who came down to the Goose and Cuckoo and I wasn't there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, give them a mention. I thought I'd give them a mention because they've been twice just to meet me. As well as, Vince from London.
No.
You know Vince. You live in London, don't you?
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, Vince. Oh, you should have said Vince. Yeah, cool. Everybody in London knows Vince.
Well, anyway, just sort of give them in your goose and your... Well, never mind.
All right. Okay. I'll see you at the bar. Okay, ta-da, 0345 6060 973. And when I say that, what I mean is I won't see him at the bar. Rahul emails, I was recently watching a Farage interview and he looked good in a suit. Like Trump, Putin and Gordon Brown, a lot of women's thinks he's sexy, says Rahul. Compare Jeremy Corbyn in his T-shirt and dirty, very focal spectacles being interviewed in a park. What are you talking about, Rahul? But it fits right in on this show so far, eh? Claire says the covers on the back of armchairs are called antimacassars. Correct, Amundo. They're anti-macassars. Heathrow. Hello, John. Yes, John.
Hello. Hello, Nick.
Yes, John.
Yes, can you hear me?
No.
No. You are a killer. I've been laughing for the last 10 minutes waiting. But let's get this with the orange.
John, wait a minute. Are we on speakerphone?
No, it shouldn't be.
I think we are.
Hang on.
I bet he hangs up. He doesn't.
I bet you I don't.
Oh, very good.
Right, sorry, the orange.
Yes.
Sorry, I've been laughing, Nick. I love your show. It's great.
Thanks, John.
From both you and the callers, they make the show as much as you do, but it's just the way you guide it.
Hang on a minute. No, let's not get carried away.
Right, anyway, orange.
Yes.
You put an accent on a couple of words 27 minutes ago or 14 minutes ago. I've had a few beers, so it's in that area. And my French friend, when he wants to arrange something, he says, we will arrange.
Yeah,
so arrange
is
an orange, arrange. Come on, Nick.
No.
Come on, Nick.
No,
don't.
You
I've just sat here for 22 minutes thinking I crushed you.
You can't mix up languages in order to find something that rhymes with an English language.
You've done an accent. Whoa. I spoke to your producers. I've got a little bit of clearance here, brother.
Oh, well,
you went with an accent with a word to make it sound like, right? So all I'm just saying, when my French friend speaks English and asks me to arrange a meeting, I get oranges out. I always get it mixed up, Come on, Nick.
I think that, my sticking point here, John, is that you have a French friend. I think that's called fraternising with the enemy. But,
I nearly saw.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Unallowed. Anyway, John, got to go, but thanks for that. Good effort. No prizes. Simon says, just imagine the huge tanks of chemicals that would be needed to fit it from the top. Simon says, just imagine the huge tanks of chemicals that would need to be fitted to aircraft for these chemtrails. Surely ground staff would be aware of the tanks, plus tankers to fill them. Also the extra weight. No airline would or could do this ding-a-ling weather control. Yes, of course not. I mean, you've got all of the people, you know, in the sizes they come in these days, and their vast amount of luggage, and the massive amount of fuel that it takes to get one of those birds up in the sky in the first place, and you think they're going to have tanks of chemicals to spray in the air as well. People are out of their minds. I should have asked him if he thinks the world is flat, and he'd probably say, yeah, of course it is, but not in that accent. Prove to me that it isn't, he'll say. And I don't even need to ask him whether we landed on the moon, because, of course, the answer will be... No, of course not. Landed on the moon? You're joking. Ruth says, don't be alarmed, but I dreamt about you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't be alarmed, says Ruth. Well, too late. But I dreamt about you this week, Nick. You and I were at the Oxford Union for some reason, and you were giving a lecture on Kew Gardens, and afterwards we got a kebab. Well, what was it like, Ruth? She missed that part out. Was it nice? I don't know, kebabs. It's like mystery meat to me. I'm not sure. I wouldn't put one in my mouth. Let's just leave it at that. Houston, Texas. Hello, Nav.
Hey, Nick.
Nav.
Lovely to speak to you.
Thanks. Are you a robot?
No, I'm a Brit living in Houston.
You sound like a robot.
I'm actually a Brit living in Houston. And
okay.
I'm living in the Trump Trails world.
Right.
Trump world.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a joke. The guy.
That was a joke.
An absolute joke.
Oh, the guy is a joke. Not what you just said was a joke. Right.
No. Yeah. I'm just speaking reality.
Well, I would speak it with a soft voice in Houston and Texas, Nav, because I think if you will be met by locals with a stern response if they hear you say that.
Yeah. Don't worry, I've got one of my own. It's fine because that's the norm here. So
yeah.
No. What I heard from you earlier with Farage. You said it the right way, to be honest. Yeah, it's a messed up place.
It's a muddled up, shook up. No, I've screwed that up as well. It's a mixed up, muddled up, shook up world. Rock and roll. Yeah, no doubt. All right, thanks a lot, Nav, for whatever that was. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
This is LBC. Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I'm not a big fan of his brain.
0345 6060 973. Seattle. Oliver, blimey, we are hot on in America tonight, eh?
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. I was just actually calling to give a little bit of hope to the British people and to the people who are listening to you. And telling them that from a perspective and the way we are seeing things unraveling right now here in the U.S., today, the 1st of August, might be, and again, we never know, but might be the start of the things going downhill for Trump. I think what we're seeing right now over the last, it's been going on for a while, but it seems to be more and more desperate move that he's doing, like today with the submarines. With Russia. It doesn't have to say that he moved submarines close to Russia. They are always close to the borders of other countries.
That's the whole point of the nuclear deterrent, that it is positioned at a point that you can deter somebody nuclearly.
Exactly. So he did that, obviously, to deflect attention from firing the person from the Bureau of Labor Statistic.
Yeah.
And also...
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that too. That's right. And the reason why I was saying that is because he's been saying for months, the first result he had from the GDP, he said it was Biden's economy. And now he cannot say it's Biden's economy anymore. It's
well, I don't know. I think he's been pretty successful in saying just that. And he will continue to say it until the end of time.
He has, I agree. But the thing about it today is everybody that I heard on the news, financial news information or whatever, they said that this kind of revised data from previous job opening and the fact that it's actually worse than people thought, which is numbers that came from April, May, and June. Is actually a sign that things are going actually worse than people expected. So
a lot of people are saying, about his tariffs, and that people were saying that there was going to be a recession, and there hasn't been a recession, and people are saying that the prices of everything is going to go up, and it hasn't really happened that way, and that's because of course it does. That's because it hasn't worked through yet.
No, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And we are seeing it. I mean, I can tell you that we are already seeing. I go to stores. I've been seeing things for like simple things like frames for photos. All of them are imported from China.
Yeah, everything is.
Seen increases of like in the store stuff that used to cost like like a frame for like $30. They are now over $40, and those prices have come up like right away. They've been able to absorb some of the price hikes, but things take time. It doesn't take. I know people like to see the headlines. Oh, Trump is losing when you're on one side. Trump is winning when you're on the other side, and you think that things are going to happen overnight. It's going to take some time for those things to show up, but it's starting to show. And
what makes you? You started out by saying that you feel comforted, or whatever the word was that you used, that it's coming to the end for Donald Trump. That the end is nigh for him. But what is it that makes you think that?
It's starting. What I'm saying is, things are. There's always an uphill, right. And with him, it seems to be like it's going up really. It looks like it's going up really fast and really well because that's the way he is. He's got to brand himself.
Yeah, but you live in that liberal, lefty, communist, fascist hellhole of Seattle.
I do, Nick, but I do have friends who are Republicans. Actually, I was saying to the moderator, I just talked before on the phone that I went with him last night to the shooting range to practice shooting. So I do have friends on both sides. I talk to everyone. I'm not in my little blue Democratic bubbles here, and I don't like that. So I do talk to people that have a broad range of views and stuff. I obviously stop when I start hearing crazy stuff like your person earlier.
And you went shooting with them, which is very, very brave of you. Don't disagree with anybody politically if they've got a loaded gun in their hands.
Yeah, no, he's fine. He's a decent Republican and not crazy. So I can talk to Republicans who have not crossed the line yet. But
a decent Republican and not crazy. We found one.
No. There's more, they are. They're more than we think. I mean, it's an echo chamber. We have this feeling that all the Republican voters are crazy. I think they're not. But there's more than before. That's for sure. There's a lot more crazy than there used to be.
Okay. Well, you've given us all hope, Oliver. Thanks for that. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed for the human race, eh? 0345 6060 973. How about orange and syringe? Well, it's close, but not close enough. John says, after a bit of searching, it turns out there's a hill in Wales called Blorenge, which seems odd as it has vowels and not a load of L's, D's and Y's smashed together. And Blorenge rhymes with orange. No, it doesn't, unless you're pronouncing it Blorenge. But it's spelled Blorenge. And that looks like Blorenge to me. Because it's got an E after the R, as opposed to an A. And that's crucial in, rhyming. Simon says, I'm old enough to remember laughing at the people who said COVID was caused by 5G phone masts. Oh, those innocent halcyon days. Yeah, well, they're still there and they're still saying it. And they're busy catching the measles. Tom says, I can't do what Simon says. Can we have a pat on the head? No idea what that means. Not a clue. Let's see now. Who's been waiting the longest? Epsom. Hello, Lindsay.
Hello.
Lindsay.
How you doing, Nick?
I am great, mate.
Good. I'm glad about that. I feel a bit sort of, I'm not international. There's a lot of American calls tonight.
I don't know. Epsom is a pretty exotic place if you don't come from Epsom.
Well, that's true. That's very true. Now, Nick, I know you mentioned the ballroom earlier, and I have to say that you and I spoke about that some weeks ago.
No.
But I don't think you remember, do you?
No, I don't remember. You told me that Donald Trump was going to have a ballroom?
Yes, I did, because you misunderstood my Epsom dialect and thought I said ball ring.
Right.
Does that come back to you at all?
Vaguely, yes. So you told me that you told me with a straight face that Donald Trump was going to build himself a bull ring, and now you're claiming that what you meant was a ballroom.
No, I said, no, it's my Epsom dialect. You misunderstood what I was trying to say. But I remember distinctly when Numpty was standing on his patio outside the front of the White House somewhere, explaining that that's what his plan was. Because I suggested that maybe that should go on your bingo card.
Well, it most certainly should have been on my bingo card. Yes, but it didn't go on there, and now I am sore ashamed.
You're not cross with me, are you?
I'm not cross with you. I'm cross with me.
Are you? Oh, don't get upset.
Oh, okay, then I'm not.
Have so many calls. I know you get lots of calls and everything. Yeah. But I was quite pleased that I picked that up at the time. Although it's so tacky. It's just such a tacky thing to do.
Everything about it is hideous, just as you would expect, coming from the mind of the Tangerine Scream.
And it will be
awful.
Gilt, gold, and marble, and it will have a slidey floor, and it will just be gross. Yes. So we can do knee slides across it. Yeah. And it's just going to be awful, isn't it?
Awful.
But what
awful,
a waste of money.
I know, colossal. Yeah. And they're saying it's going to be $200 million, which you can discount immediately, because if they say $200 million, that means $400 million plus.
I know.
But he don't mind. He ain't paying.
No, I know.
Although in the past, I mean, I didn't realise that this had been a long-held desire for Donald Trump. He wanted himself a big ballroom in order to, show off his moves. And in the past, he said he blurted out that he personally would pay for it. This was before he became the president of the United States of America. Now, if people have just woken up from a coma, I hate to break the news to you, but Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
Can you believe it? And
I don't.
So he previously said that he would pay for it. This was when Barack Obama was the president. Can you remember back when Barack Obama was the president?
Oh, those were such lovely days, weren't they?
We had no idea what was just around the corner. Yeah.
No, I suppose he gives us a lot of subject matter to talk over, doesn't he? That's one thing, I suppose, he brings to the table.
It's getting annoying that every news bulletin starts with President Donald Trump.
Oh no, I was really worried when he was up in Scotland that he might put a kilt on. You know when he
kilt.
Was,
Hey, put it away, Donnie. Nobody wants to see that.
Disgusting. Oh, that would have been horrific.
Yeah, even Melania. Even Melania's got her hands over her eyes.
I know, and isn't it a links course or something? So it would have been very windy and all sorts of things could have gone terribly wrong.
He hates wind. You know that, don't you?
He does.
And he knows a lot about it.
I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
A lot about wind. Yeah.
I know, but he's got a lot of Velcro keeping his hairpiece on, I would hope.
It's not a hairpiece. He does not wear a toupee.
Oh,
and I'm trying to find it, but I couldn't find it quick enough. He doesn't wear a toupee.
I don't wear a toupee.
There it is.
I bet he's got a collection. I think he's got a collection somewhere. And I can see all these different headstands with his different, and it's got a bit lighter, hasn't it? He's not so orange on top. He seems to be fading a little bit.
I think it might be that the hair or whatever that is the same colour. It's just that whatever makeup he's using on his face has changed.
Yeah.
I think whoever is mixing it, probably with that same equipment that they mix cement.
Yes. And he seems to put most of it on his nose. Whenever there's a close-up, it seems to be most of it on his nose.
And none at all on the sides of his face, no.
No, not at all.
I mean,
anyway, that was it from me, Nick.
It's so the side of his face is so bright you could land a plane on it at night. I don't mean to be rude when I say that. Thanks a lot, Lindsay. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nica@lbc.co.uk. If you're on WhatsApp, it's the same number as the phone, 0345 6060 973. I have very bad news about all of the computers in the world which are about to fall flat on their face. And nobody's talking about this. I only found out about this tonight. It's going to be worse than Y2K, which only wasn't a catastrophe because people were planning for it for years ahead of time. I also want to talk about his big stupid ballroom and his big stupid tariffs and the colour of his big stupid face. Other than that, it won't be about him at all.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
Listen to him. He knows everything.
Yeah! Dude! Donald Trump has said that he will sack the head of the US Labor Statistics Agency following a weak jobs report. I'm creating a job. Hers. She's been very mean, saying true things about how I'm doing, and that's not nice. So it seems that Donald Trump is seeking to influence independent data tracking the world's largest economy, just like he's firing everyone tackling climate change so they can't tell him he's wrong. Trump said on his Truth Social platform today that he told his team to fire Erica McEntaffer. That's very difficult to say without saying another word entirely. You write that down and look at it and see what that looks like to you. McEntaffer. Doesn't that look like something else? McEntaffer. Not the other thing. Erica McEntaffer, the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, was nominated by Joe Biden in 2023, began her role in January of last year. Trump said, I've directed my team to fire this Biden political appointee immediately. She will be replaced with somebody much more competent and qualified. Important numbers like this must be fair and accurate. They can't be manipulated for political purposes, Trump said, doing exactly what he always does, accusing others of that which he is guilty. I mean, it's priceless. His job numbers are worse than Joe Biden's, for the obvious reasons of his demented tariff wars and the deporting of people who used to make businesses run. I mean, it's not complicated. So instead of changing his policies to affect the numbers, he's going to have somebody make numbers up. I mean, Trump's move came just hours after the July jobs report showed that employment growth had slowed sharply over the past 3 months. Trump's decision to fire McEntaffer triggered fresh concerns that he could attempt to interfere with the compilation of economic reports that influence the prices for trillions of dollars in assets worldwide. And it comes as Trump is also attacking the Federal Reserve and its chair, Jay Powell, because he thinks that he can think the economy better. A professor of economics at Cornell University said the notion that Trump will take the hatchet to officials who produce data that are not to Trump's liking will only undermine confidence in the data and the agencies that produce them, said a professor at Cornell University, which underlines that professors are the enemy of the dear leader. Education is the enemy.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah. He said this professor said the integrity of economic data is absolutely paramount. Markets must be able to trust the data to understand the health of the economy. The economy is going great. Very healthy. And, the numbers are very bad. So they're not going to be having numbers anymore. They're going to count in colours. His job numbers are yellow. Joe Biden's job numbers used to be green. And green is very bad. I mean, some people say that Donald Trump's figures are orange, and they have been dealt with strictly. He's looking into them very strongly. Pasha says door hinge rhymes with orange. Well, actually, I think it might do. Door hinge, orange. But only if you say orange. I don't know. Does that count? Orange. Door hinge. Yeah, that works. I do believe we found one. Hackney. Hello, Gabriel.
Good evening, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I wanted to talk about the Trump and Epstein fake news.
This is a very, very bad line, Gabriel. Can we call you back on a landline?
Sure. I'm in Bournemouth at the moment. That probably has something to do with it. Bad signal.
Do they have phones? Do they have phones in Bournemouth?
Yeah, but 1 bar of data. I might have to go downstairs and ring back.
Okay, we'll call you back straight away, if not sooner. Thanks a lot, mate. Daryl says, recently in Brighton there's been a spate of attacks with gulls stealing people's fish and chips, so I've decided to retaliate by throwing pebbles at any seabird I spot, and I'll be thorough too. I shall leave no turn unstoned. Alex says, they must be spraying chemicals. What else could explain the mass stupidity? Yeah. And Chris says, can you please forward a complaint to Amazon Prime for me? I am very upset. I have been able to stream the horribly badly done... Screwed this up for you, Chris. From the top. Can you please forward a complaint to Amazon Prime for me? I'm very upset that I've been able to stream the horribly badly done new War of the Worlds movie. I wish an apology from Jeff Bezos next time you bump into him, please, says Chris. There's a new War of the Worlds movie. Another one? How many of those are they going to make? I don't think they needed another one. They had the one in the 1950s, and that was pretty good for the time. And then the one with Tom Cruise, which was excellent, I thought, although it ended quite quickly. I mean, that virus took over. And, spoiler alert. Warning. The virus took over, and all them aliens are dead. They died. They made another one. I have no idea why they would do that. Why would they do that? I mean, talk about running out of ideas. Steve says you can't rhyme orange, purple or silver with another word. Oh, we're really laying down the challenge now. Orange and door hinge. I think that's about as close as we're going to get. Purple, well, how about nurple? Or silver? Tricky. Did we find him again? Did we find him again? Speak. Yes?
Yes?
Yes? Where? Where is he?
Gabriel's on line 3.
On line 3. There he is. Yes, Gabriel.
Hi, Nick. Any better?
That's much better.
Wonderful. You pay £100 to get a ticket down here and you can't even make a simple phone call. I wanted to talk about like the Trump Epstein pictures and all the fake news that goes around them.
Yeah.
And kind of dispute them. Well, like dispute the arguments that they're fake, me being a photographer. So the pictures, they go onto syndication websites and they go out to press. Now, when images go on syndication websites, they have to be true. They can't be doctored. They can't have any manipulation done to them. They can't be stitched together. So for all the dinglings that say, oh, it's all fake, it's photoshopped, they're not. They are true.
I don't know. Who's saying that any of the pictures with Trump and Epstein are faked? I wasn't aware that anybody was saying that. I mean, even Trump hasn't denied that he met him or that it was him and Epstein in those photographs.
Well, I've got something on CNN. In a brief call on Tuesday, President Trump asked about the wedding photos, responded, "You've got to be kidding me. Fake news, hanging up."
Right.
So
yeah, but he wasn't saying that it was that the photos were fake news. He was saying that the entire thing about him and Epstein was fake news, just like he says the entire thing about him with and Russia is fake news. What it means is he doesn't have any answers anymore, and his cult fans aren't going to take stop thinking about this on face value. They can't stop thinking about it because they were promised names from Donald Trump himself.
Quite the predicament, right? But yeah, it's a tricky one. And do you remember, the Kate Middleton picture a couple of years ago, where there was huge outcry that the pictures got removed? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, she'd either inserted or taken out a child, or I can't remember.
She basically picked out the best faces from loads of pictures, put them together, and then those images got put out into newspapers.
Right.
But because they've been manipulated digitally, they had to all be removed, and that was kind of like the big.
I don't really see what the big to-do. I mean, the people noticed that there was something wrong because I think her hand disappeared into her leg or something like that. Somebody who had digitally manipulated them.
Well, she did. She admitted it.
All right. Well, she hadn't done a very good job. She should have left it to a professional like you.
Yeah, I mean, so the argument is imagery that goes out to press for journalistic value is it's like truth-telling. And as soon as you manipulate an image, you lose the truth factor behind it.
Well, I don't know, but you can manipulate an image without actually digitally manipulating it. You can manipulate an image by taking it at a certain angle. You can manipulate an image by using, a shallow
depth of field.
Depth of field, exactly, stuff like that. So everything is manipulated to some extent. I don't really see, unless you're using the manipulation in order to cover up a truth or to pretend that something that isn't true is, then I don't really see the big deal. I didn't really see the big deal about those Princess photos. Who cares?
Neither did I, really. I think she got quite a hard time for it. Yeah. But just from a photographic perspective, I wanted to give that input. It's, like depth of field, stuff like that. They're like creative choices that you make in camera. It's when you then get to the editing process. There's fine lines in press imagery that you have to follow, otherwise the image will be effectively killed.
I'm surprised at the number of people that I see with SLR cameras hanging around their necks, and there seems to get more and more every time I go out. At first, there was like one or two people, and they looked a bit, bookish. They looked like they were doing it as a hobby. But more and more people are using them as opposed to their phones. I mean, everyone's got everyone can be a photojournalist now because we've got a pretty powerful phone in our pockets. But and I thought that it would consign SLR cameras to the dustbin of history. Like camcorders. Nobody uses them anymore, do they?
Well, you'd be surprised. These things kind of swirl back round. Like your camera on your phone must be with it, and it can probably do just as good a job as a professional camera. And you make a good point, actually, that like people are using DSLRs just for roaming the streets when you think that pulling out your phone. And some phones you can like change the f-stop, so you can increase the aperture. You can do panoramic stuff.
Yeah, no, never mind.
It's really cool.
Just leave it on auto and let it do the thinking. That's my plan.
Flash.
All right.
Nice one.
Okay, good
to
talk to you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot. And how much clearer was a landline? Came through clear as a bell. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
This is LBC. Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
Yes, it does appear as though that is a fact. Cumbernauld. Hello, Andrew.
Oh, hello, Nick. How are you doing today?
Yes, very well, thanks.
Just a couple of wee things. The first thing about your previous conspiracy theorist about the weather. Do you remember the former Minnesota governor, Jesse Ventura, did a television series about conspiracy theories?
No.
No. Well, one of the conspiracy theories they had was the high-frequency aural altitude research project, which is HARP. And it's actually, in reality, it's a University of Alaska project to look at the weather at high altitudes. But according to your previous caller got his conspiracy theories mixed up, because the conspiracy theory for HARP is that it's not looking at the weather or weather patterns. It's actually being used to alter them.
Yeah.
To make it rain in some places to cause floods, or starve some places of rain to destroy crops. The guy has got his tinfoil hat on the wrong way around.
Well, Jesse Ventura, he used to be a wrestler, right? One of those professional wrestlers. So maybe he's just been hit in the head too many times.
Yeah, possibly, yes.
I don't know whether that's true, but it's worth looking into.
Yes, definitely. And words that rhyme with purple.
Yes.
There's a good Scottish word that rhymes with purple, which is hirple.
What does that mean?
As in hirple, Hirpe, which means to limp.
I've never heard of that. Hirple.
Hirple.
Hirpl.
Hirple. Hirple. To limp around. That's a good Scottish.
Well, it sounds like a good Scottish word that you just made up.
Honestly, it's not. Honest job.
Okay, then. All right. Well,
just one last thing,
yes.
if I can. It's don't you think that the Tangerine Stream announcing where a couple of nuclear subs are going to be physically located is the absolute definition of insanity. It's the one thing that anybody should keep under their heads and shut up about.
Right, it's supposed to be secret. Their location is, that's the whole point. That's why they're a submarine, not a boat.
And my understanding is that after they've been on a tour of duty, even the crews on the nuclear subs don't always know exactly where they've been.
Right. Yeah,
because obviously you're 200 feet under the water.
Yeah.
And you could have been deployed anywhere, and you will go away. You'll do your 6 month tour. You'll come back, pop open the hatch, and go home.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time you'll have not had the faintest idea exactly where you've been. You won't have been told. You've just been out on manoeuvres, on your duties. Mm-hmm. You go and do your duty. You come home, and that's it. Where exactly you've been, you don't know.
Nobody knows. It's not like you can open the window and have a look.
No. Yeah, no. And now Trump has gone and announced something that even the crews don't always know.
Right.
He's a blooming idiot.
Well, he's doing it in order to distract us from what people were talking about before, which was his reluctance to release the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes, and we'll continue to do that, Donnie. Although, he is going to want to stay in power at the end of this term, and I treat Americans who say, "Oh no, well, what about the Constitution?" with amazement, really, that they think that he's actually going to leave. He's not going to leave, and so they're just going to have to get used to that.
Yeah, but the guy's a fool, allegedly.
And in order to remain there, he's going to have to keep distracting us. And the big distraction, of course, will be a little light war, which will boost his polling numbers, because that always works. You get behind the flag and our troops. So he's going to have a little light war, probably not with Russia, because, Russia has the upper hand as far as that relationship is concerned, for whatever reason. Nobody really knows, apart from him and Vlad. But it's going to be a little light war with somebody. He's already, shot missiles here and there, like he's blasting away with a Nerf gun. Doesn't really mind where they go, just as long as he gets to fire them and claim that he's won something. And then demands the Nobel Peace Prize. It all makes perfect sense. 0345 6060 973. Bernie says if Trump does build a golden ballroom onto the White House, will he take it with him when he's no longer the president of the United States of America? Or will he end up being a squatter and then Dog the bounty hunter will have to evict him? He is going to be a squatter in the sense that he's not leaving. I mean, why would he want a ballroom so badly? In order to, strut around and confer favours on his favourite people. Of course he's going to stay. He's treating the White House as a fixer-upper. Shannon in Ireland. Hello, David.
Nick, good evening. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Excellent. I've heard you do a podcast with Carol McGiffin.
2 podcasts with Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it's very good. I actually have heard it. It's very good. Very
Thanks.
entertaining.
Appreciate it.
No problem. I'm just slightly worried that some of your callers have been maybe a little bit too close to a 5G mast this evening. But I'm hoping that I'm not one of those. I'm going to try and get these now in the right order if I can.
Yes.
So I'm just getting over the profound quote from Tsar Donald of Trumpingrad on the news there earlier on that I'm actually shocked at the level of intelligence on the quote that words are important. I never really thought words were that important in the big scheme of life.
David, are you trying to get me to play clips from Donald Trump?
No, not really.
Yes.
If you've got them, that'd be handy.
Yeah, wouldn't it just? Carry on.
No, anyway. No, but no, really, words are important. I just thought that was quite profound.
Yeah, and it's important that you get them in the right order. Yeah, I ain't playing that one either. Go on.
Absolutely. In fact, now the other thing then, the irony wasn't lost on me hearing Donald talking about Sadiq Khan during the week. Did you hear that? When he called him a nasty man who'd done a terrible job. I mean, it's slightly ironic.
Yeah, accuse the others of that which you were guilty. A nasty man has done a terrible job. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, really, the whole thing with him. And obviously, he had spent a bit of time up in Scotland there, and I heard that he really got into the Scottish way of life, including what looks like washing his face every morning with iron brew. But the
are you making notes? Are you reading from your notes? It sounds like a listener with a material. Okay.
No,
all right.
I haven't got material, as you've just heard. There is no material.
Yes.
Now, I actually was going to call you about something else which you were talking about last week. You talk about these brilliant headline writers in the paper.
Yeah.
That come up with all these crazy things.
Well,
do you remember the one?
We had a winner. I don't think it can be beaten. And it was the Scottish football headline.
That's the one I just have here. Super Cali are fantastic. Celtic are atrocious.
Super Cali are fantastic. Chelsea are Celtic are atrocious. Best headline amazing. Ever. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll just finish if I can.
Yes, please.
I should have finished. You're being a bit harsh tonight.
Okay.
This thing that he was going to build, this ballroom. I thought it was going to be a library. Personally, it was a small one. It was going to house both his books, the one he's coloured and the one he hasn't done yet. But
okay, say goodbye, David.
Goodbye, David.
0345 6060 973. Joan texts, do you think Trump's nuclear submarine manoeuvres may have scuppered his Nobel Prize? Big mistake, huge, says Joan. Why is he so desperate to get the Nobel Peace Prize? I mean, of all the people in all the world who would want that, I mean, he would be the last, I would think. Why does he want it so much? Is it because Obama-Rama's got one? From back when the world made sense. Sam says, hi, Nick, I dreamt about you a couple of nights ago, too. You were DJing at a wedding. I came up to say hello, and you were sitting on a stool, and when you stood up, you were only 3 feet tall. I thought, he sounds taller on the radio. Yes, I do, and plus, I don't take requests. Have you got anything by Abbot? Have you got any good music? Will be the request. Peter, that's Peter with only one E, texts, maybe the nuclear submarines are part of a trade deal negotiation now. Yes. Well, I wouldn't be remotely surprised that might be the next thing. We're going to invade you or blow up one of your cities unless you agree to the following tariffs. He is out of his mind. What's alarming is that the people around him are not morons. I mean, some of the people around him have made billions of dollars running businesses, so they know what a tariff is and they know who pays them. And yet they're going along with every stupid thing that man says. They must be terrified. That's the only thing I can think. I mean, they got enough money, although, everything we know about the super rich does indicate that there is no such thing as enough. But they have enough money that they never need to work for the rest of their lives. They got fired today and never worked a single solitary second for the rest of their lives. They still wouldn't be able to spend all of their money. So it must be fear. They're actually frightened of him to correct him, either in private or in public. Nobody says no to that man. And very occasionally, it'll usually be a foreign reporter or somebody like that will correct Donald Trump to his face. It's like there's a large intake of breath around the whole world. It's like, oh my God, somebody just said no to Donald Trump. What is happening to the human race? I mean, serious question. Since that man, a painted clown off the telly, off a TV game show, took over the world's most powerful and rich country easily. He just did it practically in his sleep. He golfed most of the time during his first term and pretty much all of the time in his second. He is incapable of telling the truth about anything, and he's the world's most powerful human. What has happened? Genuine question. I mean, how did we get here? Philip texts, yellow weather warnings are not rare. Well, it's a bit late telling me now, Philip. All of that trouble at the beginning of the show that I could have avoided. Talking about rare yellow weather warnings. Hey, I can still do it. I'm doing very well. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you are on WhatsApp, it's the same number as the phone, 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10, Nick Abbot, LBC. It's 11:30, the news headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Leading Britain's conversation, Nick Abbot. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Oh, hello there. Very nice to meet you.
0345 6060 973. Andrew texts, another one for the pot. Nothing rhymes with wolf. Yep, I think you're right. Nothing does rhyme with wolf. Navi texts, his biggest incentive to become the President of the United States of America again was to pardon himself for all the crimes that he committed. Yeah, I'm sure that was part of his reasoning, yes. Plus, he didn't want to be a loser one-term president. So there's that. Plus, he's not leaving. So there's that. Tom says, orange definitely rhymes with hinge. Donald is off his hinge, says Tom.
Don't be rude.
Yeah, but it doesn't rhyme, though. He may be off it, but it still doesn't rhyme. And Felicity says, explain me this. My daughter is working on a boat sailing around the Med, and her latest clients include a 22-year-old who is adamant that the world is flat. Incredibly brave of him under the circumstances. Yeah, don't go on a boat if you think the world's flat.
Warning, warning.
I mean, what do they think what do they think happens when you come to the end of the world? You just fall off, or do you flip over the edge and then start sailing underneath it? Is that the other half of the world, like a plate? You just flip over the edge of the plate and start sailing underneath it? I can't get myself into the mindset of these people. But I do have a recording of their mindset. Newport. Hello, Rachel.
Hello, Nick.
Rachel.
I'm ringing up because somebody rang earlier. I had tried to text, but you hadn't read it out. The Blorange. It's a hill in Abergavenny. But what has shocked me more is not the way you pronounced it wrong. Obviously, you're not Welsh. It's the fact that Jeff rang up. And it's right by where Jeff lives. And, you know, the Goose and Cuckoo. And I'm really shocked that he didn't twig on to that and say it himself.
I'm doubly shocked, Rachel. He had the opportunity to make this a super show, and he blew it.
He's ruined it, hasn't he?
He's ruined this entire programme.
So I think with the Welsh win tonight, because it's pronounced Blorange and it rhymes with orange.
Yeah, but it's a different language, though, Rachel.
No, it's not. It's spelled English. It's Blorenge.
Yeah, but Blorange is Welsh.
Yeah, but it's not written.
Yeah, but
I'll have to look it up now. What it is in Welsh, because I'm not a Welsh speaker, but I am Welsh.
Right, but isn't Blorange what it is in Welsh?
No, that's it in English. It's like Wales is Wales, but it's Cymru in Welsh. So
right.
I'm going to have to go on a mission now and find out what it is in Welsh.
Right, okay. Well,
I'm disgusted with Jeff. You know, it's virtually opposite the goose and cuckoo.
Yeah. You've disappointed us all, Jeff. Thanks a lot, mate. See what you've done? All right, well, thanks for the update there, Rachel. And as soon as you find anything further about that, I want you to let me know straight away. Promise me you'll do that. Peter says, doesn't turtle rhyme with purple? No. Beverly says, what about spurtle? There's no such thing. Spurtle. Okay, well, spurtle doesn't rhyme with purple, for a start. And what is a spurtle? It's a utensil for stirring your porridge. I don't believe you. That's a spoon. What are you talking about? I need a picture of a spurtle on my screen straight away, if not sooner. I bet my glamorous assistant is all over that. Lucy says, Nick, does the death bat kill spiders? Please, I need to know, as that horrid season is fast coming. It depends how big and robust the spider is, I suppose. What I would recommend for dealing with spiders is the long filament, like nylon filament grabby hand thing. Ask for it on an internet near you. The long nylon filament grabby thing for spiders. I bet it comes up with one straight away. I bet that is enough for the artificial intelligence of the World Wide Wait.
Affirmative.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I do have very bad news about everything, because there's the Y2K bug, which we survived. And we didn't survive it by accident. A lot of people worked night and day for a considerable amount of time in order to make that a giant, what the Americans called a nothing burger. But nobody's working on the thing that is barreling down at us. And I didn't know anything about it until tonight. Somebody, I think he was called Dan. Thanks a lot, Dan. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for alerting us to our imminent demise. So I'll talk about that in a minute as well. Let's see now. Who's been waiting the longest? Bootle. Hello, Sarah.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Sarah.
Nick. It's been a week, hasn't it, for the Tangerine one? And his little sidekick, or as we call them up here, Tweedledum and Tweedledummer.
Yes.
I mean, he went all the way up to Scotland to see the golf courses and then bullied European leaders, telling them, you've got to open your markets to our rubbish. And everyone went, yes, Donny, and don't you pick on our streaming services so you can have the likes of the BBC and the others in the rest of Europe, the public service broadcasters. Oh, don't worry, Donny, we'll let you have what you want. Oh, kiss, kiss, kiss. I mean, it must have took a hell of a lot of turps to get that boot polish off Keir Starmer's tongue.
Yeah.
I mean, please. We'll just leave it a boot polish.
And it's infuriating that that's what world leaders are doing. But they have to, for one good reason. And that's that they have some sort of concern about their citizens. Donald Trump obviously doesn't. He didn't care about anything or anybody but himself. And that gives you an enormous advantage when you're negotiating with other countries, because their leaders can't ignore their citizens.
Oh, I know. Well, you see, the thing is, little Donny, or as he's also known as the love child between Al Capone and Henry VIII, crossed with an orange. I'm not being funny. He's desperate to be on the front cover of the Christmas issue of Dictators Monthly.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I mean, he's still getting the hang of it. I mean, that's why you can't get any Haribo sugar dummies, because they've all gone to America to the White House. Every time he has a fit, oh, quick, give him a sugar dummy. That's what he's like. But and also the fact that this week he's obviously been watching a few films. I mean, after tonight's little episode, I'm convinced he's been watching Dr. Strangelove. Can we plonk him on top of a missile? I mean, where's he put these? I mean, let's be perfectly honest. Where's he gone and put these submarines? No doubt, he's most probably just moved them up to Alaska.
He didn't even have to have moved them. Nobody would be able to spot where they are because they're under the sea. All he has to do is say that he's moved them, and then this is what the news all over the world is. No one's talking about the Epstein files anymore. They're just talking about Donald Trump said he moved a couple of submarines. What difference does it make? Submarines have got the bombs on missiles. That's the whole point of the submarine. They don't have to touch where they're blowing up. They send a missile 1,000 miles away. You don't have to move the submarine. What difference does it make? He's just trying to get us to talk about something else with great success. Because I guarantee you, every news bulletin on every news station the whole world over is leading with Donald Trump said that he's moved a couple of submarines nearer to Russia like it's the start of World War III. And I believe that he will deliver that to us.
I'll bring us into war.
Yes, you most certainly will, Donnie. It's just that when is the point, and what will you be trying to cover up at that moment when you do it? All right, got to go, Sarah. Thanks a lot. 0345 6060 973. Chris says, I've been playing a drinking game tonight with your show. Every time you say the word Trump, I have to swig from my glass of rum. It's been fun, but as I now have finished the bottle and I'm now feeling quite unwell, I'm having to quit your show early. You win. I win! All right, well, it's been nice.
Bye-bye.
See ya. Trump, 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 Trump. President Trump. We just want President Trump. President Trump has been very clear that President Trump has been very clear about President Trump being very clear. Gaz says, 2 things struck me this week in the news. Nuclear reactive bees found in the USA nuclear weapons plant and Chernobyl fungi eats radiation to survive have evolved to eat radiation. That makes no sense. It sounds like Gaz is suffering from radiation. 2 things struck me in the news this week. Or 2 things struck me this week in the news. Nuclear reactive bees found in a USA nuclear weapons plant and Chernobyl fungi eats radiation to survive have evolved to eat radiation. Okay, it really didn't make any sense, but I think I know what you're saying. Fungi in Chernobyl has evolved to eat radiation. God, isn't that amazing? And I don't know what a nuclear reactive bee is. Del says, I can't think of anything worse than being in a 2-man submarine with Trump. That would be painful. Yeah, that would be painful. Mark says, I'm wondering if I'm the only person who is disappointed this evening with the Supreme Court ruling today that the banks don't have to pay us millions for the car claims. Yes. Yeah, that's a surprise. An institute of the state has found in the favour of banks. Who could have seen that coming? 0345 6060 973 LBC.
This is LBC. This is LBC with Nick Abbott.
He thinks he looks good in a bathing suit. He doesn't.
Joanne says, regarding Wolf, you have a German A to Z caller named Ulf. Yeah, but it's a different language. Ulf does rhyme with wolf, but that's not allowed because it's a different language. Now, wolf may have come from German. I don't know that that's a fact, but even if it isn't, it doesn't prevent it from being true. Peter says, golf rhymes with wolf. No. Golf does not rhyme with wolf. Golf rhymes with wolf, but that's not how you pronounce it. It looks the same, but it doesn't rhyme. It's a heteronym.
Affirmative.
And I did just look that up in the break. I was trying to think, what's the word for a word that looks the same but doesn't rhyme? It's a heteronym.
Correct.
Bernie says, if you're a brummie, wolf rhymes with golf. Wolf and golf. Obvious, isn't it, says Bernie. Well, that is true. Finally, we found one. Let's see. Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Hi, good evening.
Yes,
Nick. How are
Jan,
you?
I am super. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, so I've been on a little trip this evening with this word business and found maybe you've had it already, and also something to do with these. Anyway, I'll start off with the words. Sporange is the perfect rhyming word to orange.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean anything. Forange is just a word nonsense. You just made it up.
It's a botanical term that refers to the spores in fungi or ferns.
Oh, spores?
Orange. But I did go on I did discover that there are a couple of groups. I found the group a bit fascinating. This group of, what do they call them? Indie rock band punk. Indie rock punk.
Indie rock punk band, yeah.
Yeah, called Nothing Rhymes with Orange.
There's an indie rock punk band called Nothing Rhymes with Orange.
Yeah, and it's
really?
I listened. I thought I must listen before I speak to you.
Yeah.
I must listen to something on YouTube, and I came up with something. But apparently, what's interesting though is that they started off. They're only in the 30s or something. They've known each other. The four of the band have known each other since their school days. You know, the grammar school days. I mean, secondary school days.
Yes.
They all went to university together, so they're really very close group, and they all live together. So it's quite like this sort of boys.
It sounds like you're describing the Osmonds, Jan.
yeah. But what's interesting is that I listened to something that I thought this sounded intriguing. The title of a song they did, "Stepping Up My Spine." Well, I know that stepping up the spine. Have you heard of that massage called walking up a person's spine?
Oh, that sounds like a very bad idea.
No, it is, especially if a person's obese.
Well,
but I don't know
what you mean, the person who's doing the walking?
Yeah,
yes.
But it might mean like releasing energy. No, but it's supposed to be this one. I thought I have to listen.
It sounds like the kind of thing that is practiced by somebody who doesn't know what they're doing.
But anyway, they got this. The lyrics sounded a bit intriguing about stepping up my spine, so I thought it could refer to even the chakras, releasing energy up the spine, or this massage, or it's just something, a very personal experience about someone stepping up a spine. But I listened to part of it, and I got to go back and listen to more about what the words are saying.
I think you've told us everything that we need to know about it. You stopped halfway through. Did you even get halfway?
Well, no, I just thought I didn't listen to it all. I didn't I didn't listen to it all.
Well, I haven't listened to it at all.
But this punk business. No, I mean I'm not into punk music. When I was at art school, there was a lot of punks around, and it was a thing then. And we even had a student go around dressed as Hitler, a punk student, and they could get away with it then.
Yes.
They wouldn't be able to do that now.
No, they would not. No, punks used to go around bedecked with swastikas. Yeah, because they thought that they were trying to upset older people. They thought, I'm just going to turn it right up to 11 from the go, and I'm going to paint my hair green, and I'm going to wear a T-shirt with a swastika on it.
But one student went too far, and he went around. He used to scare me, just as Hitler.
That's in quite poor taste. But we were talking about the 1970s, Jan. You could get away with anything in the 1970s.
But this, I mean, have you heard of any of these other ones? There's a Canadian group that was called Nothing Rhymes with Orange as well, but they changed their name. Well, but I don't think they were punks. Not like this Bristol-based.
Because they didn't want to step all over the toes of the Bristol-based Nothing Rhymes with Orange outfit. They didn't want anyone to confuse the two in case, the royalties, their vast royalties, went to the wrong address. Yeah.
But have you heard of this group?
No, I have not heard of this group.
No, so I was amazed to come across groups that were called, Nothing Rhymes with Orange.
It occurs to me that either one of the members of that group called with this right at the beginning of the show, or somebody who is a fan of said group just wanted me to say their name on the radio.
No, but they say they're different from the earlier punks. They're more melodic. But what they say, they're using more melody in their music than and what do they call the new word I've learned? Anthemic. like anthem, like rousing and uplifting.
Well, that doesn't sound punkish. That sounds like the kind of music that punk was designed to destroy.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? That's why I think they call them post-punk, indie rock, something.
Yeah, well, I think if your category of music it requires more than 3 words, then I think you need to think it out again. Yeah. All right. Well,
pick that up online.
well, thanks for being our arts correspondent this evening, Jan. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bernie says, read that. Jeff says, in Jeff's defence regarding Blorange, he's doing his best, and it's obviously Meghan Markle's fault anyway. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Meghan Markle. See what you've done? God, I think I went through the entire week without reading a single story about Meghan Markle, probably because I wasn't paying attention. There must have been loads of them. Oh, no, there was one. Meghan Markle, the staff in... Apparently Netflix has a shop. You know what? I didn't read the story. I couldn't be bothered. But the headline was something like, staff in Netflix shop earn less per hour than a bottle of Meghan Markle's wine that they're selling in that shop. Inviting us to be critical of Meghan Markle about that fact. Yeah. It's just desperate at this point. I don't really know what they want now, like the press, regarding Meghan Markle. What do they actually want? I mean, what are they after? What's the end game here? What are they working towards? Because it's just relentless, and it's absolutely idiotic, the stuff that they're coming out with. And no other person on earth in the history of the human race has ever got this kind of publicity. Day after day after day, just making stuff up in order to criticise her for things that you wouldn't criticise any other human being on earth for. I just don't know what they're after. An apology from her for stealing our Harry from us. I took our little puppy. I mean, what is it that they want exactly? James says, Nick, did you hear about that big fat asteroid that's about to destroy the moon? the moon. A big fat asteroid that is about to destroy the moon. Do you have designs on destroying the moon, Donald?
Don't be rude.
0345 6060 973. Somerset. Hello, Lara. Lara.
Who?
Lara. Oh, no, Laura. Laura.
Hello, Nick.
Laura.
Hi. Hello.
Yes, Laura.
How are you doing?
Can I call you Lara?
Of course you can.
I mean, it's one less letter. Easier.
You used to call me John. Do you remember that?
No, I could call you Al.
I'll call you Betty then, shall I?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Quick, before I go into what I want to talk about,
I'm in a Becky frame of mind.
You're in the what now?
A Becky frame of mind. I've been watching Billy. Oh God, not Billy Idol, not Billy Paul, Billy
Eilish.
No, the New Yorker. Oh my God, I've got a block on his name now. Billy.
Oh, he's the one that goes on the street and
I'm
just
in a New York frame of mind. No, he's sold out Madison Square Gardens for 100
Billy
shows.
Eisner.
Billy Joel. God, that was painful. Every Billy on earth I was getting flashed in front of my eyes, and I couldn't come up with Billy Joel. I've been watching him for hours during the course of this weekend. He's in a New York frame of mind, and I'm in a Becky frame of mind. Go ahead.
Okay. Before I go on to what I want to talk about, in your little pod that you're in, have you got any decor? Have you got a plant or a little picture of your friends or something?
No.
Anything?
No, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 screens around me.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. How do you focus on your job?
Badly. Very badly.
How many of them have got Love Island on?
0 at the moment. None at all.
So what I want to talk about was your Y2K 2.0 thing.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't read whatever you've read. I haven't done homework, but I was thinking, did it have anything to do with Jet2 holidays? Because people talk about chemtrail, and first of all, I get frustrated because I think if they were going to put mind-controlling substances, using giant planes to distribute them is just wasteful, and it wouldn't work very well. You'd be better off putting it in the water, or Jet2 subliminal messages in Jet2 holidays adverts. I think would work.
I mean, if they really are planning to, or they're engineering our brains in order to calm us down with whatever planes are spewing out in the sky that these people think, then they're doing a very bad job, because the human race doesn't seem calmed down to me. And if they're doing it in order to control the weather, well, it seems pretty uncontrollable at the moment.
I mean, that's probably a good point, but I'm just focusing on the poor choice of method. Whatever they want to do, using planes in the sky, loads of it would just get caught up on foliage.
It would blow away.
Try and find a rhyme for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Foliage.
Yeah.
Foliage. Yeah, there isn't one. I don't even have to think about that. Nothing rhymes with foliage. That's just a fact.
No, that's what bothers me. Is the method. They need to use a better method. They're going to try and drug us, then use something more effective.
Exactly. Ban it. Say that the government forbids you to take this drug, and then everybody will be taking it.
One last thing I wanted to say was, which I'm actually weirdly happy I'm being pushed into the news now, because I flipping love this music. It's the best. It's one of the best Seems to Me that I've ever heard. I listened to it 2 times on YouTube the other day.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Well,
have a little jive while you're at it.
Sure, why not? It's drowning you out. You've never been so happy. Thanks a lot.
You've never been so happy.
Thanks a lot, Laura. 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbot, LBC.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
Oh, hello. Outside line, please.
0345 6060 973. Martin says, something's been bothering me. When a satellite flies around the world and takes photos, why aren't Australians standing upside down? If all of our feet are on the globe, Australians must be the other way up from us. Yeah, how come they don't fall off? Rob says, I dated a girl that believed in chemtrails for much longer than I should have. Right. Had other redeeming qualities, Rob? And Les says, 30 years ago, there was a famous American saying, the Rockefellers have not lost an election for 60 years. That continued until Trump came. He's an outsider, says Les. Les, his entire cabinet is made up of billionaires. What are you talking about, outsider? Hackney. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Nick. I didn't realise until now that rhyming things was going to be such an important part of my life.
Winding?
Rhyming.
Oh, rhyming.
I mean, I've lived all these years. I've never had to rhyme the word orange.
Orange, yeah. Well, here's one that's just come in, and you look at the word and you think, oh, that'll be a piece of cake to rhyme that. I challenge you. Nothing rhymes with pint.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, I should have spent more time in school, honestly.
Pint. I mean, that's such a simple word. It's only 4 letters and it ends INT. You think that would be easy?
You see, my mind is going immediately to bint, and
but that's a heteronym.
Yes.
I'm going to use that word a lot now. I looked it up during the break. Heteronym. It's a word that looks the same but doesn't actually rhyme.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were going to use the word pint a lot from now.
Yes. Well, I'll use it the regulation number of times.
Booze.
Whenever necessary.
Yeah, in certain situations.
Yes.
But I was given to. I haven't phoned in for ages because I've been on holiday. But I was given to call in because Trump up in Scotland was showing off his golf course, and he was showing off. He's got two now. He's got the first one, which they called the old one, and the second one, which they call, you're going to guess, the new one.
Right.
Because he can't think of any better ways of describing the first and the second rather than the old and the new. Anyway, the new one's been done by Eric Trump. He's designed it.
Is that wise?
Yeah, and he was giving a conference. If I hadn't have seen it with my own eyes on the telly, I wouldn't have moved it. Right. He came and said, this new course has everything. It's got everything you could possibly want. It had an unlimited budget, and we exceeded it.
Yeah, this is, I don't know which is which. I can't tell between the two. One's Uday, one's Kusei. They're both his idiot sons.
Yeah, I don't think you need to tell the difference between the two of them, do you? Can you just lump them all together?
No. It's Dinger and Ling. Yeah.
But I just thought you'd like that. We had an unlimited budget, but we exceeded it.
Exceeded an unlimited budget. Yeah. Well, what does Donald Trump care?
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
So what difference does it make?
He's also telling us to stop building windmills, wasn't he?
He is actually telling us to stop building windmills. I mean, there's no two ways about it. He is directing other countries' internal and foreign affairs. Because he thinks, presumably because nobody has ever said no to him, that he is running not just America, but the world.
Which is weird, because we went to the Netherlands. We were between Sweden and Denmark.
Oh, yeah.
And the place we were staying is, I think it's 60% of their energy is from renewable sources.
Right.
And it was amazing because it was like, when you take a train, you know the verges of the tracks where they normally have scrub growing in that.
Yeah.
They're just lined with solar panels.
What a brilliant idea.
Yeah. And they do the same job as the scrub. They still deflect the noise.
Yeah. Well, you could put solar panels inside the rail lines, not just either side, inside. I mean, the train doesn't cover them up for very long, does it? Zips right over. I think China is doing just that, aren't they? Yeah.
China are doing things now. They're on the third generation of trains, which is where the train is held in a magnetic. The way a magnets float.
Yeah, maglev.
Yeah, the train doesn't actually touch the rails. It's just propelled forward.
Yes.
Now, they're doing that. We're arguing about what sign should go on toilet doors. So,
yes. Yeah, we're dithering around in the past trying to recreate some imagined ancient idyll. And China, meanwhile, is living in the next century. They are going to eat our lunch.
They are going to eat our lunch. I'll tell you, I agreed with your newspaper headline that the Super Cali were fantastic. That is one of the greatest headlines of all time.
It is.
One of my favourites is China fired submarine in sea.
Did they?
They did. Now, I mean, if we're up against that level of thinking, we might as well just give up now.
I know, yeah. The game's over. They've won. Yeah.
They have won.
All right. Good work. Thanks a lot, Richard. 0345 6060 973. Dave says, if I was in a two-man submarine with Trump, I'd pull the plug and sacrifice myself, securing the knowledge that the world would build a statue for me. There would be songs and poems. You lost me at poems. Boring. I mean, it would require rhyming because, I mean, I know there are poems that don't rhyme, but they are called bad poems. Jerry says, tonight my girlfriend says, did you know that nothing rhymes with orange? I thought, no, it doesn't. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've been sideswiped. I did not see that coming, even as I read the last word. Kirsty says, flat earthers, of course they don't fall off the end of the planet. Apparently there's a thick wall of ice around us. Well, how come no one's ever seen it then? I mean, if you're in a boat and you're a flat earther, what happens at the end of the world? And there isn't, I mean, you could say that there's ice, but there's not a wall of ice, is there? You've got boats that can smash their way through ice. It's just extraordinary the lengths people go in order to convince themselves that they are right, despite all of the evidence to the contrary. And there's no reaching them. It's like they've joined a cult. They're gone. Don't try and bring them back. Wanstead. Hello, Sophie.
Hello, how are you?
I am super. Thanks for asking.
Good. It's your birthday month, Nick.
It is my birthday month. Happy birthday to me.
Yes, I'll have a slice of cake for you, and it's your birthday.
Okay, I'll put it in. I'll put it in the bin.
Well, if it's about the word wolf.
Yeah.
But before I talk about that, oh, and by the way, I'm so glad I'm on after Richard. He's one of my favourite callers. He sounds like everyone's favourite teacher. That's what Richard sounds like.
Yes,
but,
that's a good point. Yes.
Yes.
You'd
but,
almost be prepared to believe anything he told you.
Exactly. He'd never need to shout at you. But the Trump thing, the room, before I go on to the word wolf, now, I'm absolutely astounded that he thinks that's in any way acceptable. The room he's going to build in the White House, I wonder how the people who rioted in January, because he was standing up for the common man, it's like a Louis XIV type grandiose room. I don't know what he's doing.
It's absolutely mystifying. What I can't understand, I mean, it's totally him. It's completely on brand. Of course he wants a ballroom in which he can, swan around doing his demented dad dance. But what I don't get is his fans. His cult fans are suffering now because everything that he has done has impacted his fans more than the Democrat side. The Democrats, they live in states that make money. They live in California and New York, and they live in places like Chicago, and all of these places where the money is made, and where they rely less on benefits, and they rely less on what they call it, Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, and all of that stuff. And he's taken that all away from them, while telling them, "I'm not taking it away from you." But eventually, they're going to notice that their health bills aren't being paid anymore, and that everything in the shops went up, and that their benefits just got taken away, and they've been fired because the factory that used to be run by Mexicans doesn't have any staff anymore because he's chucked them all out, and they've closed down. So eventually, sorry to interrupt, but eventually they're going to have to come to terms with he is almost every one of his policies is directly negatively impacting his fans. I just don't know what they're going to do with that information when it sinks through.
That's absolutely spot on. It is like a cult, but also it sounds a little bit like what was happening with the previous incumbent here, the haystack one, the one with the haystack on his hair.
Oh,
Bojo.
Yeah, him. Still not missing you, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait.
Exactly. Now, the word wolf, there's a thing in literature called assonance, and it's when two syllables in two words near each other rhyme, and it's to do with the emphasis on the vowel. So wolf and would be a good example of that, assonance.
Yeah, but they don't rhyme, though.
They don't rhyme, but it sounds similar. It's like a repetition of the same sound, wolf and wood.
No, they don't sound anything.
It's the vowel.
But you can say it all you like, but they don't sound anything like each other. And it's not just the way you say it either.
But Well, that's the closest I could come to rhyme. But the thing is, talking about rhyme, I cannot believe you... Oh, actually, two quick things. Number one, a few weeks ago, someone mentioned an album by the Blue Nile called Walk Across the Rooftops.
Mm-hmm.
And if you haven't heard it, that is one of my all-time favourite albums.
Right.
And I would recommend anyone listen to it. But the other thing is... Now, the other thing. What was the other thing?
You're thinking, you got no idea. The other thing is...
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, time's up. We'll never know. Very sad. Roy says, you and Jan should have your own show. Well, let me think about that for a second.
No. This is LBC with Nick Abbott.
So they opened their big mouths and out came talk. Talk.
Gabriel says, flat earthers are quite like Brexiters. The desires among each group are the same, but as soon as you get into the details behind their beliefs, they have a million different theories. Best not engage, Gabriel. And Bill says, hurtle rhymes with purple, which it sort of does, but not really. Hurtle, purple. I mean, it'd be good enough for a poem. Boring! But not in real life. Hurtle does not rhyme with purple, but it's very, very close. It's proximus. Is that a word? Is now. Waterloo. Hello, Maureen.
Oh, hi. I was just thinking about the rhyming wolf. What about dwarf?
Wolf and dwarf.
Yeah.
You say it?
Wolf and dwarf, the little person.
Yeah, a little person.
The little people.
Yeah, not leprechauns.
But it ain't like you think. It ain't leprechauns, don't you see? It's little men from Mars or somewhere. And it ain't a toadstool they're under. It's a spaceship.
Yeah, like that, little people. No, I don't, even when you say it and you're trying to say it like it rhymes, it still doesn't rhyme.
What, wolf and dwarf?
Well, you're saying dwarf, but nobody pronounces it dwarf. It's dwarf.
Yes, I know. Wolf and dwarf. No?
It's still a no from me, Maureen.
Oh, never mind. I did try.
Yeah, you certainly are.
I'll listen to the rest of the show.
All right. Thanks a lot, Maureen. You know, you don't have to. You know, this show and the Friday night show gets stuck up the internet as a podcast. Oh, yeah. If you just get to the point where you can't stand it anymore, but you want to hear what happens at the end, because I have details about this, that, and the other. I've got no end of important files to lay on you, baby. But you just, your eyes are drooping and I can't take it anymore. Then you should be aware that the Friday and Saturday night shows get put up the internet as a podcast almost the moment they cease to be happening. It's exclusive to Global Player or the new LBC app, which are both available for free from your app store. And the thing to ask for is Nick Abbott of The Whole Show podcast. And the idea is we take the news and most of the ads out, mostly, which means it's quicker to listen to, which will give you more time to say wolf and dwarf as though it actually does rhyme. Which it doesn't. Good effort, though. 0345 6060 973. Oldbury. Hello, Ranjit.
Nick, you okay, mate?
Yes, very good, thanks. I was reading an article in the paper about a place in Kent that sells fish and chips for 65 quid.
Oh, my God. They can probably afford it then, can't they? You know what I mean? That's expensive.
It was a massive piece of fish, though. It was about as long as your arm. Huge.
Well, it depends how tall you are. If you're a dwarf, then your arms
Oh, here we go with the little people again.
The little people.
Listen, about trying to make words rhyme and that,
yes.
Right? We had a big supermarket somewhere, and the person that used to be the announcer, customer services, he had the Jonathan Ross syndrome where he couldn't pronounce the R's. Yeah. So they used to go, go to him and say, "Can somebody remove that Red Rover outside that park?" and he used to do it over the tunnel. I mean, I've never heard him, but someone was telling me that's what they used to do. You know, Red Rover, remove and that, and he used to just repeat it. But, you know, today I feel very smug, to be honest with you.
Smug?
Because it was smug, yeah. Yeah, because I told you about Ghislaine Maxwell, because she'll be in the limelight soon, and probably about a year ago. I can't remember when it was, but I'm sure somebody will tell you, you know.
But what do you mean she'll be in the limelight soon?
No, I'm on about more of it in this, you know.
You mean back then you said that she was going to be in the limelight soon?
In the limelight
right,
soon,
okay,
yeah. And she's in the limelight, yeah.
Yes.
And I think it was just before Christmas about either she's going to meet an unhealthy end or, you know, she'll be freed. And it's debatable which it's going to be. You know, I mean, if she's in an open prison, she's got access to a lot of ropes and stuff like that. You never know what's going to happen, do you?
Well,
you know,
no, you don't. But I can guess, and I'm guessing that she'll blurt out a lot of names that will be used as a distraction, and none of those names will include the dear leader's name. And by some magical coincidence, she will be then pardoned.
She'll be pardoned, but the thing is, I reckon that some of the, you know, even the biggest dinglings, right, the ones that really would take a bullet for him, you know, the ones that were wearing sanitary towels on their ears when he got shot.
Yes, those people,
Those people. I think even some of those have started to turn against him.
They have.
You know, they're the conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
You know, like the bloke you had that was telling about, you know, the flat earth, he's saying about them lines at the aeroplane. You know what? I love it, you know, when I meet someone in the pub like that. I egg them on, but you kind of turn them off, you do, saying, look, man, you're talking pathetic, right? You know, like if a racist comes on the radio, I'd love it. I'd just love to hear what they want to really say, because then you think, actually, no, this is what an idiot you are, mate. You know what? You're talking about people who are different to you or whatever, right? And then if you say, I mean, I'd like to sit there with a pint, with a flat earther. Right.
No, it would drive you mad. I
love it.
Why would you want to inflict that on yourself?
No, Nick, listen. I love it, right? I love to wind them up. I go, yeah, wow, yeah. And then they seem to get their ego, it gives their ego a boost, yeah? Because when you say no to them and try to argue, right?
It does not compute because they're not used to arguing. They're used to hearing their own opinion back at them, which is the evil that is social media.
Yeah, I mean, like yesterday they were saying about, you know, Trump being a taco again. Yeah, you know, Trump always chickened out.
Yeah,
he's chickened out against Mexico, right? He says, well, I'm just going to, you know, he's a nice man. He's quite good. He's quite pleasant enough and coming to, you know, delay for another 3 days about this. You know, mate, you've just had your bum whooped, right? And you know what? It's not working. And he just, and now he's picked a fight with Canada again. Right?
Yeah.
Right? And the thing is, you know, as far as intelligence comes, right, Carney has got more brains in his left toe, right, than Donny's got in the whole of his head. But all these people keep the reason, if more people stand up to him, he is going to have to calm down, because he ain't the most powerful. He thinks he's the most powerful man in the world.
No, well, he actually is. I'm sure that the money behind him, the psycho tech bros who actually made it possible for Trump to become the president first time and the second time, particularly the second time, I bet they thought, well, we'll use Trump as a battering ram, because he just has all of these you know, the green teeth mouth breathers. He's got them in the palm of his hand, so we can use Trump as a battering ram to get anything that we want. And what they want is to take over the world and have whatever small amounts of power and money they don't already own. It just seems an extraordinary thing, really, but they're like Marvel cartoon villains. But what they didn't realise, or hadn't quite taken on board, was that they can't use Trump as a battering ram because he loves to wield power himself. And if he's got half of the country behind him, Donald Trump, then the people with the money, it doesn't really matter. They don't have the kind of power that Trump now wields because of the money men wanting Trump to be in power just so that they could get what they want.
Yeah, I mean, the prime example of that is Elon Musk.
Exactly.
Now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably looking to find where his passport is, make sure he's got a, leave to remain in America, right?
Well,
and then
he's got a passport that is accepted the whole world over. It's called lots of money.
Nick, have you realised you haven't heard much of Rupert Murdoch's $10 billion lawsuit that Donald Trump was going to do? I think that's just kind of faded away.
Well, it's the kind of thing that would take probably years to actually come to court, I would imagine.
But he's going to issue it first, though. He hasn't issued it, has he? He hasn't. He just says, I'm going to be issuing a $10 billion lawsuit against Rupert Murdoch. And he probably says, "Oi, boy, orange face, come on, bring it on." And he's probably looking every morning in the mailbox and nothing's come.
Well, what's a little bit deflating is that I thought that we were going to have an actual real-life battle of the Titans, like, like one of those swamp monsters that emerges out of the sea in one of those old Japanese films. And it hasn't happened so far, but what we want is for those two to punch each other to a standstill, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, but did you see that? Remember the video with the two tribes? Frankie Goes to Hollywood, right? You can have two granddads in there, Rupert Murdoch and the Orange Tornado. Somebody should make a spoof video of that, I reckon, right? With that,
get him to fight it out in a paddling pool and cover them in jelly.
And you know what? You had to, I mean, he got me and you going, didn't he? Because we become suddenly Rupert Murdoch supporters, and that's what's happening in the world.
I know.
See, people are swaying like the tide, whichever way it flows.
Strange days indeed. I had the thought that Rupert Murdoch might save the world.
Yeah, but that made us flags in the wind, so we picked the lesser of the two evils, and they are. Mind you, I better not sit by a window if I call Rupert Murdoch or anybody like that.
Exactly.
But, and the Orange Tornado, you know what? I mean, the guy's coming here again. And did you hear what he said about Sadiq Khan? You know what? I am more and more losing favour with the Labour Party. If somebody had said that about my foot soldiers, when he...
Well, I mean, to be fair to Keir Starmer, he did say... he did... Keir Starmer's in a difficult position, as any world leader is with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is using America as a weapon in order to get what he personally wants. And he doesn't care about the effect on his own people, because half of the country is going to support him if he walked into their houses and shot their kids. There's nothing that is going to sway at least, let's say, 40%, 30 to 40%, enough to win another election, in other words.
I know, but if I was what's his name, Sadiq Khan, right, I'd write him an official letter to Mr. Keir Starmer.
Yeah, but okay, but whatever you're going to say next, it's fortunate that you are not.
I know, but last time when they had a ball, right, what's his name, the Conservative Chancellor, he's a MP for Bromsgrove, what's his name now? He never got invited to the ball when the Tories were in power, when he had a state visit, because Trump has definitely got it in for the Muslims, right? And if a Muslim had become a Prime Minister of this country, right, I
don't know whether he's got it in for Muslims, but he seems to have it in for everybody that's not him. So I guess that includes them. Yeah. Ranjit, I've got to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk. It's 12:30, the news headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Leading Britain's conversation, Nick Abbot. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
I'm taking you off the air. I think you're having a breakdown.
Ed texts SWOLF rhymes with WOLF. No, I'm not sure about that. In fact, I had to look it up to make sure that it was a real word. And it is. It says, and I'm deliberately not pronouncing it, SWOLF is a real word and is a measure of swimming efficiency. And he's right. SWOLF is a metric used in swimming to assess efficiency, combining the number of strokes and the time taken to complete a lap or interval. Isn't that interesting?
No.
But it's not pronounced the same way that you pronounce wolf, because I checked that too. And SWOLF is apparently swolf. The AW is as in court. Swolf, not wolf. So it's close, but still no good. No prizes, not so far. Bill says hurtle rhymes with purple. I think I've done that one. And Di says Meghan Markle should be charged for all this free publicity that you and our press give to her. I guess you are all in cahoots. No, I'm in London. Wickford. Hello, Tony.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Tony.
I was just listening to what was that swole mole thing malarkey? It was a bit boring.
I have no idea. But you're bored?
No. I'm absolutely riveted and listening to you.
Oh, I heard bored. But anyway, go on.
It's...
I don't think we can use that. He expressed himself, or she, in builders' terms. They express themselves in builders' terms. Yes. Yeah. Douglas emails, who is this Chemtrail anyway? Is he related to Ken Barlow? I'm going to look into that, Douglas, and I'll let you know. Chris says there are no words that rhyme with word, month, or pint. Well, pint we've done already, and that is a bit weird that nothing rhymes with pint. Even words that end INT don't rhyme with pint. Like flint, for instance. Month, you'd think that would be an easy one as well. And word. It's amazing, really, that poems exist at all. Nothing rhymes with anything in the English language. Did you know that? Christian says these words rhyme with pint, mind, kind, wind and grind. Now, I'm assuming that WIND is wind and not wind. There's another thing. What about this language, eh? Two words that are spelt exactly the same are pronounced in different ways. It's like we're trying to confuse foreigners. And none of those rhyme with pint. What are you talking about? Mind does not rhyme with pint. And neither does kind, wind, wind, or grind. Or grind. Arthur says, half pint rhymes with pint. Litre does not, says Arthur. Well, that is just a fact. Arthur is just being factual. Matthew says, the closest I can get is pint is greater than finite. That's not even in the same postcode. Never mind about close. Mike says, pint rhymes with lint. It doesn't. Kite rhymes with pint, says Chris. Are you people listening to yourselves? Are you saying it out loud before you text it into me? Might rhymes with pint. Mightn't doesn't, says Michael. Which is amusing, but not factually accurate. Whinge rhymes with orange. Ooh. Whinge, orange. I think we've got a winner. Does whinge rhyme with orange? I think it actually does. It being the last part of that word that's got to be the rhyming bit. Whinge. Orange. Finally we got there. How many more of these? Oh, look at this. Blimey, I've been doing very well. Hardly any emails or text to go at all, which is going to screw me up for this evening because I usually like to start the show with a lot of them. Sort of blast me into the show with yesterday's material. So I'll do tariffs. Maybe I'll do ballrooms. Which do you want to hear? Tariffs or the ballrooms? Or maybe Man United. Where I've got Donald Trump versus Wind. The SNP versus Wind. I've got Sunbed Wars. I've got Donald Trump's people in America who are struggling. And they're beginning to turn away from him. Maybe this. Or tariffs. Maybe tariffs. Very, very difficult. Too much to choose from. President Donald Trump. I am getting a bit tired of every news bulletin on every outlet, starting with President Donald Trump. He's just doing it in order to distract you from the things that he doesn't want you to talk about. And he doesn't want you to talk about pretty much everything at the moment.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
President Donald Trump signed an executive order on Thursday that would have new tariffs on dozens of US trading partners go into effect in 7 days. Trump set to impose a 35% tariff on all Canadian goods not covered by the US-Mexico-Canada trade agreement if he and the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney can't make a deal by the August 1st deadline. I mean, that one man can cause this much chaos and upset because Canada is America's biggest trading partner. Spoiler alert to Brexiters. Warning. Whoever is your nearest country or trading bloc is the one that you'll do most of your trade with. What kind of a stupid country would want to extricate themselves from their nearest trading bloc, which also happens to be the biggest one on Earth? That would be us. Only us. In the history of humankind, only we've done that. And we are also the only country that's ever sold off all its water. Just us. We used to be somebody. Trump is set to impose a 35% tariff on all Canadian goods, but Trump warned in a late-night Truth Social post it would be very hard to make a deal with Canada if Carney proceeds with his intention to recognise Palestine. Because Trump has been allowed to think that he is running the world now because no one has ever said no to him. Well, here goes. No. Trump's 35% tariff was announced amidst a string of surprise modifications to his demented tariff regime on Thursday. And they probably came as a surprise to Trump himself, who just opens his mouth and spews out so much nonsense. He probably wasn't aware that he was going to say it.
Don't be rude.
Switzerland has been hit with a 39% tariff. Why? All they make's cuckoo clocks. Actually, Germany's thing is cuckoo's clocks. Switzerland. What have they done to anybody? Syria has a 41% tariff. Laos and Myanmar a 40% tariff. Iraq and Serbia join Canada with a 35% tariff. And then Algeria, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Libya and South Africa were all handed 30% tariffs. Does any of that make sense?
No.
I mean, does any of that serve to correct a trade imbalance?
No.
Is there anything that America makes that those countries are taxing him to make him do this in the first place?
No.
No. Is this whole thing the most totally bleep crazy thing that anyone who has ever been in charge of an economy has ever done?
Yes.
And some of them are fighting back. I mean, good for them. Ontario's Premier, Doug Ford, said we need to do everything in our power to protect workers, businesses and communities from the impact of tariffs. And Ford has urged Carney to hit back with a 50% tariff on US steel and aluminium, or as they say, aluminum. He said Canada has what the United States needs: oil and gas, critical minerals, steel and aluminium, electricity, uranium, potash. Yeah, kick him in the potash. And Trump has repeatedly warned nations against increasing their own tariffs and said doing so will force him to raise his own tariffs accordingly, which is so typical schoolyard bully behaviour. I mean, it's almost like watching a cartoon. I get to hit you in the face, but you can't hit back or I'll hit you more. I mean, I blame the parents. They obviously did not correct him as a child. And Mark Carney, out of Canada, previously said that tariff negotiations with Washington had been constructive, which I think is diplomacy speak for. It's like dealing with a toddler holding a machine gun. Canada bought $349.4 billion worth of US goods last year. $349.4 billion. And exported $412 billion to the US. That's according to the US Census Bureau data. Canada is also the top supplier of steel and aluminum to the United States and faces tariffs on both metals as well as on vehicle exports, which, fact fans, will mean that everything that's got steel in will be more expensive to the American consumer. And that's not good for them because steel is in everything. Last month, Mark Carney's government scrapped the planned digital services tax targeting US technology firms after Trump abruptly called off trade talks, saying the tax was a blatant attack. Again, every accusation is a confession. And this is how we, the human race, will lose. It's how we're losing right now. US tech firms don't pay tax. I mean, that's a big part of the reason they got so rich. They don't exist for tax purposes. They go into a country, suck vast amounts of its wealth away while using the country's resources and taxpayers to make their money, and they don't contribute. They don't pay back in. They just take. And their owners add billions to their wealth like they're winning the lottery every minute of every day. And they can do so in comfort, knowing that Don Donny will protect them like a mafia protection racket.
Absolutely.
And the only thing that stopped anybody from doing any of this kind of thing before, a previous leader of America, is that they have some concern for their fellow man. They have concern about, well, never mind about people around the world, but Americans who they were elected to represent. But Donald Trump has the massive advantage of not caring about anything or anybody. And so he just pulls this stuff all the time. And you have to wonder, what is really going on here? And I'm sure it's a coincidence, but somebody's making a lot of money betting on who or what is going to be affected by the next thing that Donald Trump says. Now, it might be that they just are geniuses who have some sort of crystal ball that they can predict what Donald Trump is going to say next. But I bet Donald Trump can't predict what Donald Trump is going to say next.
Oh, shut up!
I mean, he just opens his mouth and it all pours out. But somebody's making a lot of money because massive trades seem to happen just before Donald Trump announces one thing or another. And it'll be betting against a country or against a company in a country or buying shares in a company or buying bonds and so on in countries that are going to either benefit or not, depending on the next thing that Donald Trump says. I guess these things happen all the time and people get lucky, but it does seem coincidental. Carolyn emails, it's shocking how many of your listeners, along with yourself, don't understand that a rhyme has to have exactly the same vowel sound and only the first letter is different. So no, turtle does not rhyme with purple. Not even close. Well, I think I echoed that thought. Or more accurately, Carolyn, you're echoing my thought. Thought stealer. 0345 6060 973.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Come on, we're running late.
We are running late. Roll texts, 2 kilograms of that fish. Yeah, it was a news item. As a fishy. Yeah, stand down, fishy.
This government.
Yeah. I made a mistake. I wasn't referring to you. I bet you've forgotten he even exists. Yeah, we're still not missing you, Fishy, by the way, in case you're wondering. But we know where to find you. If we do, you'll be with Dave in the shed where they keep the tools.
I think this is nonsense.
0345 6060 973. Bodmin. Hello, Malcolm.
Hello, Nick. I'm going to throw, or is the word blow, this whole thing wide open, and it's going to take over tomorrow night's show.
Right.
And my question was, but there are obviously problems to my argument. A single syllable word. Well, my argument is this.
Oh.
A single syllable word cannot rhyme with a 2-syllable word or a 3-syllable word. Right? Which you tried to do earlier. But then there are words which are not anomalous, but they're tricky when it comes to your attempt to rhyme words with other words.
Anomalous. Anomalous. Go on.
Diphthongs. So, child.
Are you saying good song or diphthong?
Diphthong.
Diphthong?
Yeah.
Who are you calling a diphthong?
Don't ask me to elaborate, because I'm not. I was never an English teacher, even though I was a teacher.
Right.
But an English teacher could inform you fully.
Right. Well, I don't wish to be informed. I refuse to learn my lesson.
Yeah. Well, monosyllabic words like child, wild, field, right?
No, field doesn't rhyme with child. Or wild.
But there are words which some would say are not monosyllabic.
Monosyllabic?
Yeah.
As in one syllable?
One syllable, yeah. But like I said, let's move on now, yeah?
Yeah, we're moving on.
So tomorrow night, expect a show on a very similar theme, because there will be people phoning in with knowledge. The knowledge.
About what?
On material. About rhyming words.
About rhyming words. Okay, so I think all we've got from you so far is that a single syllable word can't rhyme with a word with more than one syllable, or indeed two words to make what sounds like one word.
Yes, which you tried to do earlier before the last break.
Yes.
Which is what was the reason I phoned in, because I reached the point where I couldn't take it anymore.
Anything else going to set you off on this show so far? I mean, we're talking about the end of the world and the destruction of life as we know it. But it's it's that whole monosyllabic rhyming thing that got you. Right, got it.
It was. Yeah, that's the end of the world. It's just standard stuff for a Friday night.
Yes, that's right, yeah. It seems to be every day is like... if you ask Morrissey, every day's like Sunday. But around these parts, every day's like the end of the world.
So would you agree with me that the Trump trip to Scotland, it all started out so normal and hopeful, didn't it? And then it just slowly but surely went off the rails, didn't it?
What hopeful in what way?
Well, it all sounded so normal and you know, that Trump...
I don't know, normal. A man who spends every day golfing, took a holiday to go golfing at the expense of the American taxpayer to the tune of about $10 million in order to promote his own golf clubs in another country, while telling that country how to organize its own power structure, and which other countries they should have relations with. I mean, what about that sounds normal?
Well, I mean, you say the power structure. It's I mean, the whole thing essentially is a power grab, isn't it, by the current American administration?
Yeah, they want every country on earth to do what Donald Trump says, or they're going to punish them by ruining their economy.
Yeah,
that's where we are.
Yeah, what I meant was the meeting on the steps to the golf club.
Yeah.
You're thinking this is just, you know, the American president talking actually quite sensibly to the British Prime Minister. But then...
No, but something happened before that, though. Donald Trump walked up the steps to his golf club with a gauntlet of his staff in red MAGA hats applauding him. I mean, that looked very Kim Jong-il to me.
Yeah. But the red cap thing is, I mean, that's a surreal concept in itself, isn't it? That a billionaire, and supported by so many other billionaires, will, in the company of said billionaires, all wear baseball caps with MAGA on it and make America great again.
Yeah.
I mean, America is you know, when I say the greatest, I mean, it's the biggest, strongest, richest, and most powerful nation in the world.
Not for long, though.
Greatest.
China is going to take them over, particularly if America continues down its current path with its current leader. I mean, if what's in the future of America is just more of this, then it's a declining power.
Yeah, but I think finally, look, I think, Nick, that whilst the whole administration this time around is much more cynical and clinical in what it's doing, it's appeared more business-like, and its business in moments has seemed almost normal. But then all of a sudden something off the scale happens.
It's normal.
Think, no, this just isn't right.
It's normal for a mafia movie, is what it is. Yeah. Don Donnie is at his daughter's wedding, and he's giving out favours for those who show him enough respect. All right. Well, thanks for that, Malcolm. Next time you call, can you be more monosyllabic?
Yeah. No, I can't.
No. I didn't finish that message about the fish. 2 kilogram that fish, says Roll. I did the maths. It's a chippy in Kent that's selling, I think it's 65 quid for fish and chips. But it was a massive piece of fish. He says, I did the maths, not to the gram, but that is just over £1 of fish each, plus chips, bread and dips. Oh, you don't need chips and bread. That's just being piggish. How could you eat bread and chips? I mean, you might as well have rice and pasta with it as well. That's nuts. Anyway, over £1 of fish each, plus fish and chips, bread and dips. Probably a little cheaper than if purchased separately, but you do have to book the order in advance. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you have to book the fishing trawler in advance to make sure they catch a big one. That is a lot of money, though. Even if you have shared it with 2 people, that's a heck of a lot of money for fish and chips, eh? Now, Northampton. Hello, Michael.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Well, just the last one. I think what was the question sort of structured in the way it had to be in the dictionary, but in common parlance, might not is contracted as, or may not, is contracted as might, which rhymes with pint.
No. Close. No cigar. It's not might, it's mightn't.
No. But hang on. When you talk, don't you say, I don't, hang on. You do say might.
No, I don't. I say mightn't.
Well, I don't think other people do.
Well, what other people do is neither here nor there, Michael. On this show, it's what I say what goes. But thanks for the effort. No cigar. Now, if you missed any of this super show, you will be delighted to learn that it gets stuck up the internet as a podcast along with the Saturday show. It's exclusive to Global Player or the new LBC app, both of which are free from your app store. It's the thing to ask for is Nick Abbot of The Whole Show podcast. And while you're on the LBC app, you'll see that you can read the news from LBC and put the categories of the news in the order that you want. You can pause and rewind live radio and listen to a range of podcasts, 3 of which will be mine. One of which I do with Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
I'm going to be back tonight at 10 o'clock. Coming up at 4 on LBC, it's James Hansen. But first, here's Clyde Ball. Hansen, 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 but
LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
Nobody knows who the hell he is. Is he crazy, or is that just the way he acts?
Arms experts called Donald Trump reckless for moving those nuclear submarines. Call me reckless one more time, I'll kill everybody on this planet. I'll do it. After he deployed them in response to an escalating war of words with former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, Donald Trump revealed that a pair of U.S. nuclear submarines are closer to Russia. Because it's a great idea to tell the enemy that you're moving an asset that's supposed to be in secret locations. I mean, that's the whole point of putting nukes on a submarine, so the enemy doesn't know where they are. If you're supposed to know where they are, they'd be on a boat. And this was supposed to frighten Vlad the Insaner. Fun fact, the US already has a fleet of dozens of nuclear submarines that are constantly ready to strike anywhere on Earth in the event of a conflict. So it wasn't about frightening Vlad at all. It was about getting us to talk about something other than his long friendship with you-know-who.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Jeffrey, what was his name again? And tomorrow, it'll be something else. Bound to be. He'll demand all cuckoo clocks are set to Washington time, or he'll bomb Switzerland. Actually, he pretty much has bombed Switzerland, by the way, by setting a completely random tariff rate for American importers of Swiss goods at 39%.
What?
Which is tantamount to a declaration of war. I mean, it's economic warfare for no apparent reason other than Trump just wants people to beg him for favours. How is his demented tariffing going down with the American people, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
They're starting to feel the effects, and the American public have moved their submarines closer to him, metaphorically speaking. And it's all a He-Man macho contest between a Russian who wrestles bears and an American who dances to YMCA in buckets worth of makeup and a hair-sprayed hairpiece.
I don't wear a toupee.
And Trump made the decision to deploy the submarines after statements from Russia's ex-president Dmitry Medvedev, who now serves as the deputy of Russia's Security Council, which exists to do whatever Vlad says. And Medvedev called Trump's sanctions a clear step toward war. And Donny thought that was rude, so he made a clear step towards war. I mean, he really is that gullible, that easily triggered and predictable. Medvedev says you're being aggressive, and Trump says, aggressive? Me?
I'd like to punch him in the face.
And Trump announced the escalation in aggression between these two nuclear superpowers in the most appropriate way he knows how, as a tweet on his failing social media site. He wrote, I have ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in appropriate regions just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that. He said, you'll love this. He said, words are very important. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Words are very important.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
And what is that, thank you for your attention to this matter, at the end of his messages these days? With an exclamation mark on the end. Because, of course he's shouting it. He has a terrible temperament.
But I have a strong temperament, and it's a very good temperament, and it's a very in-control temperament. I have a very strong temperament, but I have a temperament that's totally under control.
Yeah, I believe you. And of course, if Russia doesn't back down or call his bright orange bluff, then Trump will double down, because that's what he does. And I can see the entire planet getting pushed into nuclear Armageddon by a painted clown off the telly who wants to appear more tough than anything else in the whole wide world, and he doesn't care how many people have to die for that to happen. Your husband's a raving maniac, Melania.
I don't care.
No, I bet she doesn't, no. She's got her place reserved in the presidential fallout shelter. Although I wouldn't count on Donny keeping the door open if you're not there before him, Melania. You're not 28 anymore. And Medvedev, the former president of Russia, made Donny spit his soup this week when he said Trump is playing the ultimate game with Russia. Each new ultimatum is a threat and a step towards war. Not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country. Don't go down the Sleepy Joe road, he said. Oh, yeah. I remember Sleepy Joe. When Sleepy Joe was president, America was doing better. More jobs were being created. Prices were lower. And you didn't wake up every morning and think, I wonder what moronic thing the President of the United States of America did while I was sleeping. A president who wasn't so insecure that he had to keep telling us how smart he is.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
A president who didn't rage tweet in all caps about singers and TV stars and actors who were being very mean. And a president who didn't think that he needed $1,000 million Qatari's King's golden plane or a ballroom he could waddle around that's going to be bigger than a football field. And who didn't worship dictators and pick unhinged fights with America's friends. You know, the good old days. Meanwhile, Donny's hero, Vlad, keeps bombing civilian targets in Ukraine, killed 31 people and injured 150 during attacks on Thursday alone. How's that tough guy promise that Trump would stop the war on day one going?
Dreadful.
Yeah, I thought so, yeah. Very, very badly. Which means very, very good. Ian texts, maybe I should leave this one for a while. I'll come back to it. Ian is a listener with material.
Oh, no.
Josh says, Nick, do you think that Trump was playing battleships before announcing the submarine moves to B2 and E7? He'll never guess. Adam says, if there was an election in America today, I wonder if they would vote in Trump again, and if so, what would be their top 5 reasons? Adam, you don't need to worry about that. There's not going to be an election in America again. He's not leaving. America has had its last full and fair election. He's not going. He ain't building that ballroom for somebody else. Navitex, Trump back down on China, because guess where iPhones are made? I'm happy for smart people to make honest money. Dishonest money, big no-no, but I have morales. Really? I'm sorry to hear that, Navi. You ought to get that looked at straight away. Poor bloke's got morales. You believe that? Alan said, golf rhymes with... Oh, here we go, with the rhyming stuff again. We were talking about poetry yesterday. Boring. Actually, we were talking about stuff that rhymes. Golf rhymes with wolf. No, it doesn't. He says, sometimes the rhyme is with the whole or part of a sentence. See last sentence of each verse. Song, Heaven is Falling by D. Davidson. And then he gives me what it looks like the words of a song. Lyrics, in other words. I know words. I was scared of silence, looking for distraction. Something in the distance caught my eye. I was looking backwards, back into the darkness. Someone was crying. Well, if that was a poem, it would be a very bad poem. Nothing in that rhymes with anything else. It might rhyme with another poem. I've got no idea. Rachel says, after speaking with you last night about the blorange in Wales, I looked up the Welsh word for it, and it's blorens in Welsh. Well, that's confusing because most Welsh words for English words are so not similar in any way. Dissimilar, another person might say. And it'll usually start with 2 L's or something like that. Gary says, Jeremy Corbyn has been in the news a lot lately. His demeanour resembles a kindly grandfather with a mission for fairness and inclusion. Don't you think he has a more than passing resemblance to Catweasel, whose character was a medieval magician magically propelled into the modern day? I don't know. He seems to have smartened himself up a bit lately, doesn't he? He's had maybe a haircut and a shave. Shave and a haircut. And he's got that white jacket on. He doesn't look like somebody's gardener anymore. I don't know whether he's tidied up his own garden, because it used to be like Day of the Triffids outside of his front door. Tidy up your garden, Jezza. You're bringing the neighbourhood down. And Harold says, long live our President Donald J. Trump. Yeah, okay. I don't think you have to worry about that, Harold. He's made a deal with the devil. He's not dying. He's not leaving, and he's not dying. And Tash says, have you noticed nothing rhymes with Abbot? But 0345 6060 973 You can text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, if you're on WhatsApp rather, then it's the same number as the phone. 0345 6060 973. I think I've warmed up enough to give you this. Ian texts, this is from last night. Did you know that flat earthers have members all over the globe?
This is LBC. This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
My dog's been taken.
Here's a call in Malvern. Hello, Judy.
Hello, Nick. It's been so long.
Has it?
Well, I've continued to listen to you. I just haven't run you for a while, but...
Well, I appreciate both of those things.
Thank you. Thank you. And your Trump imitation is the best. I just have to tell you that because it just is.
Well, it's the best one on this show. Let's agree on that.
It's the best one on the radio, period. And I'm not wrong.
Well, is anybody doing it on the radio? Not to my knowledge.
Actually, no, they're not, are they?
Right.
Okay, fair point. Well, you're the best of one then.
Well, here's a weird thing, Judy. Do you realise that I am the only thing on LBC at the moment? Isn't that incredible?
Really?
Yeah. How has this been allowed to happen?
As well to somebody else.
Somebody should look into that very strongly. Anyway, what's up, Judy?
Well, last night, I'm sure you're going to get a few more of these. We were talking about rhymes.
Yes.
And assonance.
And what?
Assonance. That lady phoned up and she said this is an example of assonance.
Assonance?
Yes, assonance. ASSANCE.
That's close enough.
I wish your show was at 8 o'clock before I'd been to the pub.
Yeah, that's close enough, Judy. Close enough for jazz. Yeah, ASSOSOSSOS.
ANCE, assonance. Yeah. So actually, she was probably right, but...
What's assonance?
Look, I'll explain it to you, but I
want you to explain it to me as though I'm an idiot, Judy.
Well, don't tempt me. I was just going to say that won't be hard, but that would be an awful thing to say.
I'll set it up and you knock them down.
You knock them down, kid.
Round up.
Right, now, do you remember the film?
Wait a minute. Assonance, resemblance of a sound between syllables of nearby words, arising particularly from the rhyming of two or more stressed vowels, but not consonants, but also from the identical consonants of different vowels. I've absolutely no idea what that means.
There, you see, that's why I didn't want to let you.
Thank you.
I knew you'd say that.
Appreciate it.
Yes. Well, I do my best. Okay, right. Do you remember the film Educating Rita?
Yes. Michael Caine and Julie Walters. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. A brilliant film. Hello, friend.
I don't know. Brilliant?
I thought it was brilliant. Yeah, I loved it. But,
okay. It's a very, very long time since I've seen it. I mean, it's quite old now, and I probably saw it when it came out, but not since. Don't ask me.
Like most things in life, to be quite honest.
Don't ask me anything about it. Go ahead.
Okay. So what happens is Michael Caine, who plays Frank, the teacher, explains and says, he tries to explain assonance to the class, and he said, well, in his poem, The Wild Swans at Cool, Yeats rhymes the word swan with the word stone.
No.
You see, that's an example of assonance.
Right, it's an example of bad poet.
Oh, you mean getting the rhyme wrong?
Getting the rhyme wrong, yeah.
Getting the rhyme wrong, except she said it in Liverpudlian. She said, it means getting the rhyme wrong.
Getting the rhyme wrong?
Yeah, which is what you said.
I said that.
You did say that. And frankly, I completely agree with you.
Completely correct in every respect.
I think it's a load of manual self-gratification, personally.
Wow. You really have been to the pub.
Yes, I have, actually.
Control yourself, Judy.
Thank you very much.
All right. Appreciate it. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. On that subject, Paul says, last night somebody said that nothing rhymes with word. Well, I immediately came up with bird and turd, but couldn't come up with a third. Lexi says, Thank you for reading out my rhyming words yesterday. I'd like to say something about 39% tariffs on Switzerland. Yes, they are one of the wealthiest countries because the wealthy hide their money there. If I were Switzerland, I would start looking at all the bank accounts and find the ones with the names like Donald Trump and close them. That'd offset the 39%. Yes. Yeah. Oh, did you see that story about what various members of Donald Trump's cabinet listened to on Spotify? I'll come to that in a minute. 0345 6060 973. Here is a caller in Wanstead called Sophie. Sophie.
Hello, Nick, again. How are you?
I am great, mate.
So this is almost like it was planned. I am going to talk about, very briefly, assonance.
Yes.
The lady mentioned it before me. And I forgot to mention something about poetry yesterday. And there's one other topic. 3 brief things.
I bet they're not.
No, I promise they are. So the first thing I was thinking, I went to see Superman the other day, and I actually really enjoyed it. And then you did your brilliant impersonation of Donald Trump. And I had a moment of epiphany.
Sorry to hear that.
I found and the next job for Mr. Trump, he would make, now this is one of 3 things, remember, don't let me forget, assonance and poetry. Yeah. He would make a brilliant Lex Luthor
Lex
character.
Luthor, yeah. The most evil man in the whole wide world, yeah. It's him to a T, yeah.
It totally is. When he said, I'm going to kill everybody, right at the beginning, he would say that. I just thought of Lex Luthor.
So, Superman, I mean, are you a fan of all of that superhero stuff? Because it leaves me a bit cold. It leaves me a bit cold, really. All of those Marvel superhero movies.
Well, the Marvel, they're the people who did this one. Right. So of course there was a lot of, what do you call it, green screen action.
Yeah.
But actually, the character was really. It was fitting that it was him who was Superman. But I just love Superman. I think he's the best superhero. Yeah. Yeah, he's super. And I think what happened to Christopher Reeve was really tragic. But actually, they did something really clever. Christopher Reeve...
Well, don't tell us anything about it. You can't... No, spoiler alert.
Warning.
No. I won't give anything away. But his actual son appeared as a reporter in the film on a screen. So I thought that was really clever.
Okay.
But now, assonance, he rejected my wolf and wood.
Yeah, it doesn't rhyme.
As the lady said before me, and as I said yesterday, it's the similar sounds of syllables in words that are near each other.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but similar doesn't cut it. It has to be the same.
No, but then, after you but after I was disposed of with the TikTok, you used the word hurtle and purple, which are perfect examples of assonance.
Yeah, perfect examples of 2 words that don't rhyme.
Hurtle and purple.
Yeah, don't rhyme. Per and ter is not the same thing.
It's the stress on the vowel.
I'm getting a lot of stress having this conversation right now. Plus, I've just read the dictionary definition of assonance, and I was more confused at the end of it than I was at the beginning.
I won't talk about confidence.
Thank you.
But the final thing.
And finally.
You said, I was so disappointed to hear that you don't like poetry. And can I suggest something, please?
Well, I like poetry as long as it's accompanied by music.
Well, I was going to say all songs are poetry, but with music. But Invictus, read that.
I won't.
And that
I don't want to, and you can't make me.
No, Invictus, it means unconquered. You'll love it.
Yeah, well, is it a poem?
It's a poem.
Then
it's
no.
Actually no. It was written by a young, he was 14, I think, William Henley.
Oh, a children's poem? Then definitely not, no.
No. But it's a very grown-up poem, and he was battling TB, and he wrote it when he was sick.
Well,
but actually,
I know 1,000 times.
Nelson Mandela actually read that poem every day of his incarceration, which is really inspiring.
Right. Well, as soon as I'm incarcerated, then I'll give it a go. How's that sound? That's my promise to you, Sophie. Cheers, my dear. Gotta go. 0345 6060 973. Lorraine says, all this talk of poetry, I couldn't help but think of you today at work. A colleague was having a leaving party. Another colleague had written a poem and stood up to read it with feeling. My cringeometer was off the charts and I had to leave the room in second-hand mortification. What does that mean? I think you feel the same about listeners with material or people bursting into song uninvited. Just say no. Just no, says Lorraine. And furthermore...
No.
Scott says maybe Trump is playing a game of Russian roulette by sending his nuclear subs to Russia. Yeah, that's right. What an absolutely stupid and pointless thing to do. I mean, both countries are absolutely bristling with nuclear weapons, sitting proud on the top of rockets that can send them anywhere on Earth in about 10 seconds flat. I exaggerate slightly. Never mind whether he sends them closer to Russia. Difference does it make? And they're supposed to be in secret locations. You don't tell them where you're sending them, you idiot. Simon emails, halibut rhymes with Abbot. Yes. Finally, we found one. Let's see now. Plymouth. Hello, Julie.
Hello, Nick. Are you okay?
Yes, great, mate.
The girls are getting in early tonight.
It's been very female-heavy on this show so far.
I know. Well, I apologise.
Nothing to apologise for.
I fell asleep last night, so I had to listen today. I've never done that before.
Right.
Friday night, Saturday night.
Oh, by the way, I
10
must apologise that the podcast of this show did not arrive because of a technical problem.
What?
Yeah, technical issue.
I listened on Catch Up, and it was a great show. Right. Anyway, Nick,
don't listen on Catch Up. Listen on the podcast. We're going to make
normally.
Wait a minute. We're going to make absolutely sure that the podcast gets their ass app. And then you will be able to enjoy it because it's we take the news and most of the ads out, mostly, which means it takes less time to listen to, which will give you more time to contemplate that whole Abbot halibut rhyme.
Great. I wanted to say to you about Donald Trump's ballroom. He hasn't thought this through at all because he does not look good in tailcoat, which is what you normally wear.
He wore something like that when he came over to see Her Majesty the Queen.
That's right. Yeah.
And
he looked awful.
He looked like a total clown. He looked like a comedy act for an audience of penguins. It was the silliest thing I've ever seen in my life.
He looks awful in it.
Shocking.
And it was absolutely awful. So he hasn't thought this through. This is what, a ballroom, that's what most ballroom dancers wear. Melania's going to have to wear a hat to keep him at a distance.
Yeah, huge.
It's going to be a clown show.
She's going to have to wear a hat the size of one of those communal tables. It's going to be enormous. You won't be able to get anywhere near her.
I wish you would have loaned it to Mrs. Starmer, bless her, on them steps. She was inching away from him, smiling and inching away from him. It was embarrassing.
You're a very lovely-looking woman.
Oh, God, it's so cringy. And lastly, Nick, as you were talking about tariffs, how are the penguins doing? Have they any news on the penguins' tariffs?
Oh, yeah, he tariffed a country that has no human residents, only penguins. Yeah. I don't know what's happened to them.
I think they're on the march. They're going to go and get him.
I think they've promised to buy $600 million worth of American weaponry.
Oh, my goodness, can you imagine that? That's a new film for us.
It's a tremendous deal. It's a huge deal, and it's a very great deal.
Brilliant.
All right, thanks a lot, Julie.
Thank you, Nick.
Ta-da, 0345 6060 973. Michael says, eggs in the fridge or not? Yeah, that is a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, at the moment, I'm not, but I used to be in. And I can't tell the difference between the two, really. In real life, they don't go in the fridge, do they? But I suppose in real life, they've got a little bird inside. Poor little chicks. I I don't know. Some people say you've got to put it in the fridge, and other people say you can't put it in the fridge. So I'm confused about that one. What about bananas? Because, the moment a banana starts to turn, then you've got to eat it like that day. And you've usually bought like 6 or 7 even though you've done this 1,000 times before. And every time you've got to throw half of the bunch away because they just go off too quick. But if you stick them in the fridge, it turns the skin black, but I think it maintains a certain a firmness to the inside because you don't want it to go all squishy. I hate a squishy banana. Lee says, my jaw is on the floor with all this talk of assonance. I balk to walk with a fork on chalk. Yeah, but all of those rhyme. That's not assonant. I've got no idea if that's the correct form of that word. Balk and walk don't go. But walk and fork do. And walk and chalk and fork do, but not balk. So walk, fork and chalk, but not balk. I hope you're writing this stuff down, kids. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. If you're on WhatsApp, it's the same number as the phone. 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC. It's 10:30. Just time for the LBC News.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Oh, hello.
0345 6060 973. Shannon, Ireland. I mean, David in Shannon. not Shannon. She had a couple of hits in the, I think, the 1980s, which I...
Let the music play.
Let the music play. And what was the other one? Ooh.
It's a bit early.
Can't remember. But either way, 2 great songs. Electro pop.
Yeah, they were burning up the dance floor. Nick, I absolutely love the 2 podcasts that you do with Carol McGiffin. I just have to put that on the record.
Oh, me and Carol?
Oh, right, yeah.
Thanks.
Amazing. Really enjoy it. Now, I'm ringing up just to put the record straight a little bit. I did speak to you last night. I remember I talked about Donny's quote that words were very important. And
yes.
I think you thought that I was using that phrase in an attempt to get you to play in various Donald Trump...
Right, I absolutely will not do that.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
I'm not going to be just dancing around like a puppet.
But obviously, I heard you mention at the start of the program tonight that the words are very important quote, which really was deep. I thought last night it was very deep from Donny. Stating the obvious there.
Yeah, words are very important coming from him.
Yeah, really deep stuff. But actually, I do feel like I'm living some kind of living nightmare with that whole scenario right now. Obviously, one minute he's dancing to YMCA. The next minute he's sending nuclear submarines in the direction of Russia.
Yeah.
And then today, I don't know whether you heard, the White House press office put out some video of people being deported to the tune of the Jet 2 advert. Have you seen that?
What's the Jet 2
You know
advert?
this meme thing that's going around on the internet where everyone's now talking about for £200 you can get this, that, and the other. The White House actually, from what I saw today, put out a video of people being deported with the Jet 2 theme music, the Jet 2 advert theme music over the top of it.
Well, I don't know what that theme music is, but it sounds the sort of dystopian thing that they like to put out because it upsets the libs. It also gets people to talk about something other than Donald Trump's long and very close relationship with you-know-who.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's if it wasn't so serious, it would be amusing.
Well, they send out pictures of him as Superman, don't they? As like Marvel superheroes in like skin tight suits that show him, with Arnold Schwarzenegger's body. It's a clown show, and it's just one distraction after the next to try to take your mind off what he's doing to you.
But Nick, do you not think that we've got... I mean, you obviously haven't because you talk about it. You talk about this subject a lot. But
if you just wound the clock back maybe 10 years and you imagine someone else that wasn't him doing all this kind of stuff, everyone would be having a meltdown.
You don't have to wind the clock back 10 years. Just imagine the words coming out of his mouth, coming out of any other world leader's mouth, and it's impossible to do because nobody speaks or thinks like he does. Nobody acts like he does. I mean, even third world dictators don't act like he does. It's as though we've... the American... Not we. It's got nothing to do with us. The American people, just enough of them, have elected essentially a toddler with a machine gun.
It's all just totally bizarre. I think I'm going to have to go and have a lie down.
Yeah, okay. All right. I wish you all the best with that. Thanks a lot, David. 0345 6060 973. Josie says, this little message has nothing to do with anything being chatted about. I am 72, and this evening, while walking my dogs, for the very first time, I saw a baby hedgehog. He or she was so cute, and I stood and watched him or her foraging in the hedgerow, but telling it had to go back to home to see its mum. See, I told you it had nothing to do with what was being spoken about tonight, says Josie. A little hedgehog, so cute. I don't think I've ever seen a hedgehog in real life. You'd think that I would have done. You'd think they'd be everywhere. Where are they? Gary says, what was all that about in last night's show? People calling in and messaging with so-called rhyming words that don't rhyme. Someone even claimed that there are no words that rhymes with word. Well, how about curd? As in lemon curd. And that Welsh bloke saying you can't rhyme a monosyllabic word with a disyllabic one. Wow, we've all learned a whole word on this show tonight, yes?
Yes.
Yes, we actually have. Disyllabic. Anyway, what's that bloke saying you can't rhyme a monosyllabic word with a disyllabic one? Well, that's absurd, which rhymes with bird. Doesn't matter how many polysyllabic... It doesn't matter how polysyllabic the other word is, it can still rhyme. Incomprehensibility rhymes with tree, for example, says Gary. I'm not sure that's true. Incomprehensibility, tree, no. If it was incomprehensibility, then that would rhyme with tree. But it isn't, so it doesn't. You got that wrong. And by the way, did I hear on the news that people advertising channel crossings are liable to 5 years in jail? Well, that's P&O stuff, doesn't it? And it couldn't happen to a nicer bunch. Let's have Merthyr Tydfil. Hello, Jeff.
Well, Nick, how are you doing, man?
I am super. Thanks for asking.
Well, first of all, can I clear my name? I was accused of destroying your show last night by not making Blorange rhyme with orange or whatever nonsense was going on. A lovely lady down in Newport said, where have I been?
Yeah, where have you been?
Where have I been? Well, all I can say is that I wasn't there.
Right.
The thing is, from the pub that I shan't name, you can see loads of mountains, including the Blorange, as well as the Sugarloaf, as well as the Skirrid, otherwise known as Lord Hereford's Knob. The thing is, it's something that Blorange is a strange word in any language, and it has no meaning in Welsh. So, can we leave this? the rhyming thing out.
Yeah, let's have let's talk about Welsh words. You know that word is clambairich, and then there's a lot of syllables, and it goes gog.
Yes, well, that was created just as a tourist attraction for Victorians.
Really?
And it just means some church by the river, by the cave. All this nonsense, and it's just rubbish. They call it Llanffair up there. Right, Pwll Gwynedd Gogebydd and all the rest of it. Who's interested?
Me.
The thing is,
me. I'm interested.
Oh well, you can be interested.
All I like, yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, what I wanted to, to bring the subject back to some sort of, how can I say,
sanity,
seriousness.
Oh, okay.
Putin, have you noticed the way he walks? Have you?
Well, yes.
Have you noticed that he doesn't swing his right arm? It remains entirely motionless.
He's got the kind of walk that that hippity hip hoppers have. He sort of, it's quite hard to describe, but they all sort of go up on one leg and then they do a little jig and then they go down on the other, and they only jig on one side, and only one side arm only one of their arms swing. It's the opposite side to the jigging of the leg. So it's almost like their foot hits an obstacle and they just jig a bit, and then they go down on their, let's say, right foot, and their right arm is swinging freely, and their left one doesn't do it so much. Do you know the kind of walk I'm talking about? It's a kind of
I haven't got a clue.
It's like a prison walk. It's kind of like a tough guy prison walk.
Well, it may be, but I'm thinking, that Putin was a trained KGB killer.
Yes.
Who did his sort of basic service down in Dresden in East Germany when it was going. And probably, who knows, did what KGB operatives do. But he doesn't move his right arm. And I'm thinking to myself, is he carrying a gun or something?
Huh.
Well,
that's an interesting thought, yeah, but I wouldn't be remotely surprised. I mean, he surrounds himself with a very special, personally selected bunch because he's fearful of getting shot wherever he goes, I would imagine. And so he can't have the ordinary army surrounding him. He's got to have people that he definitely knows. But to be in a room on his own with like a couple of people who've got weapons, I'd actually be surprised if he didn't pack heat.
Yeah, well, is something up obstructing his right arm, or something's gone up. Well, you see, when you live that sort of life of a killer, then you end up then with Kim Jong-un going to do a toast with 2 glasses of wine, which ends up with Kim Jong and him looking at the wine and putting it back
and then
on
putting
the table.
it back down on the table. Yes, not today, Vlad. Yeah.
Well, so the thing is, you into this comes this clown, this fecal-coloured clown from America, who thinks he knows it all and acts like a mafioso don.
Yes, that's exactly what he acts like.
Absolutely.
A mafioso don, yeah.
And the end result is that this strange relationship that they've got where you have this scene where Melania is shown naked on the day he gets elected.
Yes. On Russian TV, by the way, if this is the first time you're hearing that, Russian state television showed Donald Trump's current wife, Melania, naked from some photo shoot that she did a long while ago on the news, didn't they? Just to underline who's in charge here.
State Russian news,
That's
which
right.
operates under this direct control of Putin. So you pick the bones out of that one.
Yeah, I know.
have no idea what it served.
Well, you know what? There was Grant Shapps. Now, let me see if I can... I'll look it up. I know I'm off mic at the moment, but I have about 86,000 different bits of paper and information. But Grant Shapps said something interesting about that a little while ago, and nobody paid it the slightest bit of attention because it came from Grant Shapps. But I'll pull that out, and I'll because he said, "Well, leave it with me, and I'll fill you in." Yeah, but maybe Vlad and Don Donny are Bezzy mates because they both have some sort of medical problem, and you know how old geezers get when they've got a bit of a medical problem. They like to chat away at it, and Vlad can't move his arm very well, and Don Donny's ankles are so swollen he can barely get his trousers on.
Is it? And what's this vein in his hand I see?
I've got no idea. He started to put makeup on his hand now.
What, to hide this prominent vein?
I don't know.
what?
Maybe he just put the back of his hand to his forehead and it just got smudged off. I'll look into it, Jeff. All right, thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I really like you. Do you like me?
Okay, this is a story from 4 months ago. Ex-Defence Secretary Sir Grant Shapps, and there's a question that's passed my mind already. Ex-Defence Secretary Sir Grant Shapps suggested a Whitehall secrecy rule prevents him from revealing why Donald Trump is, quotes, in cahoots with Vladimir Putin. Isn't that incredible? That Grant Shapps is now a Sir. What for, exactly? And who was the ocean-going chump who gave him that title?
This government.
Oh, that chump. Still not missing you, Fishy, by the way. I bet you've forgotten he even exists. So Fishy gave Shapps a knighthood for political and public service. Public service. Ain't life grand?
No.
So the former Tory MP and ex-Defence Secretary Sir Grant Shapps said he had some theories as to why the US president supports the Russian leader, who he branded a tyrant and a dictator. Well, which one? Is he saying Trump or Putin is a tyrant or a dictator? Which one? But Sir Grant added that he may have to wait for the 30-year rule to talk about them. Oh. Which is a reference to official documents only being made to the public decades after the creation. You absolute tease, Sir Grant. He went on to describe Trump's statement of Ukraine as... Well, this was a while ago now. Can't remember what Trump said. But he said, whatever Trump said was sick and disgusting and revolting, which sounds like him. I heard that was the title of the book about their marriage that Melania was bringing out, by the way. Sick and disgusting and revolting. Is that what it was, Melania?
I don't care.
No, she's over it now. The ex-cabinet minister, ex-defence secretary and current Sir Grant Shapps hit out at the US president as he piled pressure on Ukraine to give Russia whatever Vladimir Putin told Trump to say. After repeatedly vowing to end the conflict within 24 hours of returning to the White House, Trump has since expressed frustration that reality beats whatever that voice in his head says he can do. Sir Grant bemoaned this terrible combination of a president who just for some reason seems to support the tyrant. He says, I have some theories as to why, but I may have to wait for the 30-year rule to talk about them. People may come to their own theories as to why he is in cahoots or seems to be in cahoots with Putin, who, after all, is a dictator who wants a completely different type of world to the one which has been constructed after the Second World War, says Sir Grant. He said, this is the leader of the free world who is really coming out as nothing more than a swaggering bully and choosing tyranny over democracy. This whole idea that in public the President of the United States of America, the home of the free, defender of freedom and liberty, bullies a democratic leader into accepting an unjust peace, I find completely revolting. And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Sir Grant Shapps. 0345 6060 973. South Shields. Hello, Joanne.
Oh, good evening, Nick.
Jan.
Nick, I've got a bone to pick with you before I start.
Okay.
You've interrupted my sleeping pattern because I listen to your show, and I've joined social media.
Oh, no. Don't do it.
Well, it was to look at your fan site, which was entertaining, but what I'm phoning about is Camilla and interspecies relationships.
Camilla and what?
Interspecies relationships.
Okay, moving...
And I don't mean our queen is dating a lizard.
Right.
No, I'm talking about our vet Laura.
Our vet Laura? Who's that?
You know the caller Laura the vet.
Oh, our
with the
vet
chickens.
Laura. No, our
Yes.
vet. I thought it was some sort of religious thing you got into there. Our vet.
I'm a Geordie. It's the accent.
Yeah.
Bill and Food. And no, because I think when I listen to Laura, I really enjoy it because it's like a Gary Lawson cartoon strip on the radio. so it's enjoyable. And we all have pictures of people who've got... It's true. Right. Like you said, my little Chuck's like on my pillow.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to know if Laura's listening, I have a question, which is, do you name your chickens? And the only other person, in inverted commas, who loves chickens more is the great Gonzo. And his favourite chicken's Camilla.
Who's the great Gonzo?
The Muppets.
Oh, right. Well, let's ask Laura. Laura?
Hello?
Yes. Do you name your... Do you name your chickens?
Of course I do.
What are they called?
So I've had Bertha, Bailey, Bunty, Buffy and Bing.
Oh, Nick, I'm going to get off so Laura can come on the show, but she is wonderful.
Okay.
Nick, can you come back?
No, she's wonderful. I'll let you on, Laura. Good night, everyone.
All right. Good night, Joanne.
Oh, what a lovely lady.
You made her run away, Laura.
Well, I was going to ask, could you hop off and then we could just...
Yeah, okay, that's what I'll do.
No, but the Jet2 holidays, sorry, I'm a bit blindsided by that. Jet2 holidays, very quickly, goes, darling, hold my hand. Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. Now, you can say £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of four. It's very popular audio at the moment.
Wow.
You know it now, don't you?
Well, no, I don't, no. And so they've put that music, if that's what you call that screech that you just made, to the image of people being deported. Well, they did that in order to stop people talking about the long and fruitful relationship that Donald Trump had with you-know-who.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein?
It's because it's a meme now, where it started with somebody posting footage of like a really turbulent flight, like a Jet2 flight, with the really obnoxious Jet2 music. Because if you've ever taken a Jet2 flight, they play that music
right. No,
when you arrive.
Right, when you arrive, right.
Well, I mean, I've been, when you're on a plane and they take ages to actually let you off. I remember being stood on that plane and thinking, God, this is like almost a form of torture now.
Oh, they don't just play it once. It's on a loop. Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they talk about, it's like they talk about all the discounts they're doing.
Well, they must really want you off that plane.
But I'm at the liberty of the people in front of me. But anyway, that's not what I called to talk about. What I called to talk about was, so it's like elderberry season at the moment, but I, for the life of me, can never figure out what to do with them. I made jam one year, but it wasn't really it didn't really hit.
What does an elderberry look like?
Have you had elderflowers before?
No.
What are you talking about? Of course you have. Don't gaslight me on the radio.
Elderflowers?
Yeah.
No. Why would I have elderflowers?
Elderflower cordial.
Oh, yeah, I probably have had that. I don't really know what it tastes like, though, because it's usually...
taste of elderflower,
yeah, but it's usually with something else, though, isn't it? It's like elderflower and lime or something like that. I have no idea.
So what you're saying to me now is that you were absolutely the wrong person to ask.
Completely, yes. But I know what does know. The internet, Laura. Have you seen the internet?
Well, all I know is what's on the internet. Yeah. But the last two things I wanted to say was Grant Shapps. I really like his name, so I think he should have a surname just for that. That's a nice name, Grant Shapps.
Right. It's nice that he finally picked one.
Is that not his name?
It is his name, yeah, but he has been known by others.
And also, if you see Malcolm from Bodmin, just tell him I'm a fan. I like him.
Right. Who's that?
Oh, he calls into the Nick Abbot show, but you don't listen to that show.
No, I don't listen to this show. No idea what you're talking about. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Laura. Bunty, Buffy, I don't know, some names for chickens. Jack emails. Jack's very cross. Jack emails, I haven't seen Superman yet, and I'm a bit annoyed at that idiot giving information out about it. Please don't let anyone do that again. I loved Christopher Reeve as Superman, and the emotional impact of the appearance of his son is now taken away from me. I'm actually quite disproportionately angry about it, says Jack. Well, how would you know that he's Christopher Reeve's son? I mean, what does Christopher Reeve's son look like? I mean, presumably there wasn't some title across the screen that says this is the first Superman's son. Start crying now. I wouldn't be able to pick him out of a lineup, and I bet nobody else would too. So I've got no. I don't think it's going to ruin the film. It's just a small moment, Jack. Don't worry about it. Plus, I mean, Superman, really? Aren't there better films? Isn't there something a bit more grown up, a bit less child-centred? Like Harry Potter or, something for grown-ups. 0345 6060 973. Isaac says, I've been meaning to ask you since last week. When you play the clip of Trump saying the bathing suit thing.
He thinks he looks good in a bathing suit. He doesn't.
Who's he talking about? My mind's been boggling for a week. He's actually talking about Joe Biden. I bet every penny that I have on me and all of the clothing that I'm wearing right now that Joe Biden looks better in a bathing suit than Donald Trump. And I bet that absolutely nobody would disagree with that. Even Melania has got her hand in the air to agree.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott.
Shut up.
Anybody care what this guy thinks?
No!
So President Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, is celebrating himself with a brand new White House ballroom decorated to his precise specifications. It'll be beautiful. The White House press secretary, Angry Spice, the one who wears a giant cross round her neck so God will be fooled into thinking she doesn't lie, announced this gift to the American people that the American people will not be allowed into. Seriously, don't even approach wearing a MAGA hat and a bathrobe from Trump's line of patriotic American made-in-China flammable nightwear.
Don't be rude.
Any unauthorized non-million-dollar fee-paying guest will be prevented from entering with great vengeance. It's just for the dear leader and the pulled-faced, ironed hair, TV cable news type women that he surrounds himself with. Construction will begin in September on a 90,000 square foot addition to the East Wing that will include Trump's long sought after $200 million ballroom. I had to check that, whether it was 9,000 square foot ballroom or a 90,000 square foot ballroom. Turns out it's 90. And Marie Antoinette's on the phone asking why her name is the one that people reach for when they're talking about tone-deaf celebrations of riches while the country suffers. After taking 17 million people off their health care, while telling them that he wasn't taking them off their health care, and while firing hundreds of thousands of government employees with Elon Space Karen's help, and after ruining countless businesses both in America and abroad with his unhinged tariff pronouncements, he's going to have a 90,000 square foot ballroom built for himself. Do you know how big 90,000 square feet is? Well, an average 3-bed new-build house is about 1,000 square feet. So he's having a ballroom the size of 90 3-bedroom homes built so that he can do the YMCA surrounded by the same ghouls who populate Mar-a-Lago when he's there. And that's on top of the $1 billion that is somehow going to cost to trick out the King's plane that he just got from Qatar. Well, those gold toilets he'll want don't come cheap, you know. And apparently the new ballroom will sit in the current east wing of the White House, where the First Lady Melania has an office. Your office is going to get torn down, Melania.
I don't care.
I believe her. Has she ever even seen it? And here's the thing. The ballroom project will be funded largely by private donors. What kind of person with the money to pay a chunk of the $200 million that it'll cost will offer that cash for nothing? No favours, no special treatment, no government contracts, no get-out-of-jail-free card. They'll want nothing at all. They'll just be giving Donald Trump what he wants more than anything else in the whole wide world, apart from the whole wide world and everything it's got. They'll give over millions and want nothing in return. Hands in the air who's believing that? Now hands in the air who isn't? Overwhelming. Oh, and Trump once said that he will pay for it himself. Well, let's assume that's not going to happen any more than he will be on the front page of Great Hair magazine. And, of course, if he does get his golden ballroom, all gilt cherubs and full-on dictator-style chandeliers, he's not going to want to give that up to the next president, who may be a radical communist fascist. So he'll want to stay even more. Hey, wake up, America. It's a coup. He's not leaving. Your country is being run by a first-world dictator with third-world dictator tastes.
A president! Can you believe it?
No, we're in a constant state of stunned amazement. Let's see now. San Francisco. Hello, Sophia.
Hi, Nick. How you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Oh, man, it's getting wild and crazy over here.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, yeah, we need to start building some funny farms. And when I will, I cannot blame the Democrats, because in the last election, when they asked the Democrats about a problem, they gave you statistics. And people look at that as just being weak. And that's number one. Number two, in America, there's still a lot of people don't understand critical thinking. If people can still go on TV and say, oh, God said give me a private jet, and people still believe them and send them money. So America is really getting what it, in many ways, try to say what it paid for, and
what it deserves. Yes, they knew what they were voting for, apparently.
And the sad thing is that a lot of his supporters are going to get literally obliterated by all these cuts, and they still support him like fools. And so, it's one of those moments where, the nut house and the funny farm and the cooks all combine to create a nightmare for the world.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
The American dream is dead.
All right, thanks a lot, Sophia. 0345 6060 973. Lindsay says the idea that you put eggs in the fridge comes from American fridge design. They have to keep eggs in there because they scrub off the protective clothing that is naturally on eggshells. They aren't refrigerated in the supermarket because it's unnecessary here. What's that got to do with American fridge design? They have to keep eggs in there because they scrub off the protective coating that is naturally on eggshells. Okay, if you say so. Robbie says, that is actually true, isn't it? Because supermarkets keep them outside the fridge. So why would you put them inside the fridge if the supermarket... But then supermarkets keep apples outside the fridge, and that's where I put them when I take them home. Apples and, other fruits are available. All of them go in the fridge. Robbie says, can you explain what's happened to the Bermuda Triangle? You don't hear about it anymore. Has it disappeared? That's true. You don't hear about the Bermuda Triangle anymore. That is, because it seemed to be rarely off the TV in my memory from the 1970s. Everything was about the Bermuda Triangle. Planes that were lost, ships sailed in there and never came out the other side. And now you don't hear anything about it. Spooky. Somerset. Hello, John.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Mate, you've mentioned before one of your radio heroes is Neil Rogers.
Yes.
And I just wondered, because I looked into him and read about him a bit, and I've listened to him a lot, some of his recordings.
Yeah.
But what was it about him that attracted you to say, I'm going to be like that?
He's the funniest man I've ever heard in any medium. So fast, so aggressive, just the opposite of everything that I had heard about, or that I had heard in the talk radio format, up to the point when somebody sent me a cassette of him in like 19 mid-80s. No, I don't ask me about history, but I guess it was the mid-80s. It was just an absolute revelation. I thought, this is incredible. This is what you can do with the talk format. And plus, he played all of these sound effects and people saying things and stuff, and I just never heard anything like it. So I thought, yep, that's me. That's what I want to do. I'll steal his act.
I have listened, and he is good, but I don't think he's not as good as you, mate.
Oh, come off it, John. He's way better than me. Nobody has ever been as good as he is. I'd put Neil Rogers first, Phil Hendry during his heyday second, maybe Doug Mulray, who used to be a breakfast show host in Australia. I'd put him third, and then everybody else.
What about a bloke called Alan Bezic?
I don't know anything about him.
He was just from Northern Radio when I was a kid, in the 1980s. He was on, like, Red Rose Radio, and he was just a phone-in host, and he was just really, really funny. He was incredibly rude.
Right. Well, I don't know anything about him. I never heard Red Rose Radio.
No, that's fine. Anyway, no problem at all. The Trump card, the bingo card?
Yes.
That you're on about. There was somebody else on there. Everyone sort of missed it the other day, right? But his spokesmodel went on the television.
Angry Spice.
Is she like a blonde woman?
Yeah, with a massive cross around her neck to kid on to God that she worships Jesus.
But she's actually a fembot.
Yes. Yeah, there's a certain robotic nature to her.
Affirmative.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe she's AI.
Only people that watch The $6 Million Man and The Bionic Woman in the 1970s will understand this, but she's a fembot.
She does seem to have a remarkable way with like a constant stream of disinformation. Nothing seems to faze her or put her off, and there is almost like a computer program of disinformation.
I think that's true, but also there's like a smugness about Trump, because he just says, "I'll leave you with the robot." So he doesn't have to talk. He just says, I'll leave you with this.
Yeah, but the one thing about Trump is that he does love to talk because he likes nothing more than being the centre of attention, which is why he talks and he talks and he talks. And it doesn't really matter what he says anymore. His fans disregard the content of what he says. They just love hearing that beautiful, sweet music that comes out of his mouth.
His weave.
His weave, yeah. You've got a weave, Donny.
I don't wear a toupee.
Yeah, so he says, yeah. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
This is LBC. Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Hello, number please. Trying to connect you. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Yes, I am sorry to keep the following person waiting. Let's see now. Who's been waiting the longest? I'll be totally fair about this. It looks like Wotton Bassett, Rihanna.
Oh, hi, Nick. I was just brushing my teeth. Sorry, I wanted to ask you, okay, I just was at the seaside today with lots of my family, like my aunts and uncles, cousins, and my mum's whole side of the family got in the sea, right? Like, even my uncles who are in their 60s. But my dad did not.
Yeah.
And I think I've asked him about it before, and he's like, I'm just sort of over going in the water. I'm not fussed.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering if you're that sort of person, or if you're on holiday with your mates or your family, whether you go in the sea.
Rihanna, if you go down to the sea today, you're in for a brown surprise.
Okay. I get that, and I do sort of agree, but at the same time, it's always just don't go swimming after it's been chucking it down with rain. Like, those have been the rules forever.
Yeah, but I don't go swimming ever. They continue to squirt sewage all over the place, whether it's been raining or not.
Yeah, that is a very good point. I'm not going to let it stop me, though. Like, I just don't swim. Like, don't swim near.
Yeah.
Milford,
Don't swim near the shore. No.
Bournemouth, probably South Coast, not a great idea. But like West Wales, Cornwall.
No,
so there's a lot of currents moving around, pushing things out.
Okay, well, you can convince yourself that it's all perfectly safe and there's nothing going to happen to you. But is that why you're brushing your teeth, to get the taste of the sea out of your mouth?
No, loads of barbecue. Also, do you think, like, barbecue, men of a certain age have to control the barbecue?
Yes.
And they get quite grumpy, particularly if they're, like, vegetarians and vegans there, and they're not allowed to use, like, certain tongs. And then, the ordering and stuff, I found my uncle was getting a little bit...
Well, see, men like to operate a barbecue because it's fire. And men like to be in control of fire. A cooking range in the kitchen, on the other hand, unless you got gas, and it's not really the same because it just goes on and off by twisting a knob. It's not the same because it's not elemental. It's not them in fighting with nature, because that's how they feel when they're standing over a glowing barbecue, flaming and spitting and all that stuff. They think they're doing He-Man manly things.
Yeah, but then they get all upset about putting the vegetable kebabs on with different tongs and no. Okay.
Well, that seems unreasonable.
Well, also, he was doing it all on his own and everyone else having a nice time and drinks and crisps and
well,
stuff.
That's nice. Just watching him do all the work.
Well, no, I would offer, but, I just wouldn't be allowed near the fire, the elemental fire.
Did you hear what you just said? I would offer.
I did offer.
You didn't. You just said you would offer.
No, I did. I was in the kitchen with the non-elemental stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely was.
Yeah, opening the rosé and having a chat with the gals.
Well, no.
Yes.
I was actually serving the crisps.
Serving the crisps from the packet to your mouth? I understand.
No, I carried them around with the hummus.
Right. Well, hummus needs something a bit more structurally firm than a crisp. Because of course, crisps are just going to break in half. You put them in hummus. Only
if you're having cheapo, Walker's crisps. Not if you've got a kettle chip.
On behalf of Walker's crisps, I would like to apologise for this programme.
I'm a fan of Walker's crisps. They're just not dippable.
Right. No, yeah. I think you need something more along a tortilla line.
Yes. Yeah, we did have them too. We had a whole range of crunchy things.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so if you won't swim in the sea, will you swim in a swimming pool?
I prefer not to.
Yeah, you're past it now.
I just don't. It requires you to get wet. I'm not a big fan of being wet.
Okay.
I tell you what, I'm really not a big fan of is that. I don't know why as kids, because I don't know if they still have them, and I think it's to avoid passing on verrucas. They put a little pool.
Oh yeah.
For your feet.
Yeah.
And you had to walk through. It barely reached up to your ankles, but you had to walk through it on the way to the pool. And as kids, we used to do anything we could in order to avoid walking through that thing to get to the pool, because it usually had an edge along one side, the size of like half a tile or something, and we would walk on that in order not to get our feet wet before we got all of ourselves wet in the actual pool. How stupid is that?
I just can't think what they've got in there that's special. Extra chlorine.
Yeah.
High chlorinated, melt your feet sort of stuff.
Yeah, something like that. Got no idea. But whatever it was, we avoided it.
Yeah, I think they've phased them out now. I haven't seen one for ages.
Well, me neither. But I haven't been inside the swimming pool. I can't remember how long. It's absolutely years, decades and decades.
Oh,
Do they still have them?
Yeah, they're still going. But do you know what? There's one in Swindon, which is quite close to me, that was called Oasis. It's a listed building. They shut it down now.
Right, yeah.
But the band named themselves after the swimming pool. They saw it when they were like, driving on the M4, a sign for Oasis, and they're like, "Oh, that's a good." No, I can't do it. That's a good name. That's a good name for a band. Let's go for Oasis.
But you really did make them sound stupid when you said that, though. that tiny little outburst that you just did, impersonating one or the other of them, made them sound like idiots.
I would just go Scouse.
Yeah.
But they have got a good tribute at name. No way, sis. No way, sis.
Yeah. It's both of them are a no from me.
But yeah, those swimming pools, amazing, and they can't demolish that building because it's a Grade 2 listed building, and they're like, trying to decide what to do with it. But I love swimming pool. Flumes, slides, Centre Parks has obviously got the best swimming pools, probably, I'd say, in the UK.
Obviously, probably. You're all over the place,
I haven't
Rihanna.
tried every pool, not every pool.
Yeah, well, I don't know anything about it, but I wish you all the very best with your future health conditions that you are almost certainly going to be afflicted by if you keep getting wet like that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll keep spilling my mouth for.
Keep brushing your teeth. Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Rihanna. 0345 6060 973. Peter says, arguing with idiots is like playing chess with a pigeon. No matter how good you are, the bird is going to bleep on the board and strut around like it won anyway. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Tom says, please can we have an update on the... Oh, God, here we go. Please can we have an update on the red lorry, yellow lorry weather warning? I think you mean a rare... Oh, I can't do it now. A rare yellow weather warning. He wants an update on the red rare yellow rare weather... Oh, never mind. Hackney. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, sir.
I don't know really where to start. I was trying to kind of suss out the vibe of the show, where the conversation is going.
Yeah.
And I thought I had it, and then someone started talking about elderberries.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, it's just...
You thought you had it, and then someone took it away from you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, whatever. I mean, the only thing I came away with was disyllabic.
Disyllabic, yeah. We've all learnt something today. Yeah.
That's the barman of the Goose and Cuckoo. I can tell you that for a fact.
It's nice that this show has a vibe, though.
Yowza. I wanted to talk about Donald and his ballroom.
Yeah.
But I was told I couldn't talk about that.
Why not?
Well, because, I mean, if Donald has the biggest ballroom in the White House, does that mean he's going to be holding the biggest balls in the White House?
Is that why you were told not to say it?
Well, it was like a question, you know. I mean, is that really appropriate? And I thought, well, with Donald, I mean, he's a bit of a prickly character. I mean, but I can see him holding the biggest balls in the White House.
Yes.
And that's why he would want to do it. And he would make it golden because he would want them to be golden balls.
Of course he would.
He certainly wouldn't want them to give them to anybody else.
No.
He wouldn't want anyone else touching his ballroom.
Well, being in it, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Being close to
I think you've stretched this to breaking point.
Okay. You gave me a challenge yesterday. I couldn't rhyme a word with, I think it was punt.
I think we're going to have to say goodbye, Richard.
No, Jeremy Hunt.
Oh, Jeremy Hunt. Yes.
Of course, Jeremy Hunt.
That Hunt.
That Hunt. Yes. I mean, Jeremy Hunt, who's come out today and said that people with mental health issues should just basically suck it up and get back to work.
He didn't really put it quite like that, but he said you shouldn't get signed off for being depressed or feeling down, something like that. I didn't read the story, but that was more or less it, right?
Right. He was going through it, and he said the reason is that if you're ill, if you have a mental illness, if you're depressed or you have anxiety, what you need to do is you need to go and work.
Yeah.
So that you can commune with other people and feel a sense of place and a sense of purpose, and you can be part of a community and blah, blah, blah. Right. Now, I'm a little bit confused because isn't this...
Would you like a doctor's note?
Well, I don't have the 4 weeks to wait, mate. I'm sorry. I mean, I think this conversation will be over by then.
Yeah. By the time you get to see your GP, you'll be either cured or dead. Yeah.
Exactly.
Problem solved.
Yeah. But then I'm also told by this government that we're bringing in AI. And the great thing about AI is it's going to take over 30% of our jobs.
Andrew, Brillo Pad out of the Mail, he wrote a silly article about this today, and he got much of it wrong, as you would expect. He even gave an example of what AI is capable of as a real-life incident, which didn't happen in real life. It was part of an experiment that people were doing as to what AI would do if you told it was going to get switched off. He presented it as though it had happened in real life, but it actually hadn't. Maybe he needs to fire his researcher.
Is his researcher Grok?
I've got no idea. But what is alarming is that nobody's really talking about this very much because no politician knows what to do about it. And what the future actually holds is almost impossible to know, but it doesn't appear that any of the possible outcomes of the AI mountain, which we are at the foothills of, is going to be good. It's unlike previous technological innovations. It's not going to take work away from dirty fingernail jobs, and it's not going to make those jobs safer or more productive or anything like that. It's going to take jobs away from white-collar people who are university educated, people who have a massive amount of debt from that university hanging over their heads in the expectation that they're going to have well-paid jobs, that they're going to be secure for their life, like lawyers, for instance.
Can I just condense your description down into 2 words?
Please.
Which is middle class.
Yeah. Right. The middle class, people with detached houses and 2 cars in the driveway, and they're used to taking 3 holidays a year, and they've got 2 kids in private school, and or those people, and they are going to find themselves unemployable.
But what I'm saying is, if the government is saying that work is an essential thing for us to have good, robust mental health,
yes,
and then it's turning around and saying we're going to fire 30% of the workforce because we've got AI, where do we go from there? What are those 30% of people going to do? If you're, as you say, a lawyer, and you spend your time going through contracts, making blah, 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 and that's taken over by AI, and then you go, I've gotten a job, I'm going to go down to the job exchange, and they say, well, you can pick Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, wash dishes in a kitchen.
What happens then? I mean, we
I honestly don't know. I mean, it's so serious that there's 2 massively serious things, and nobody's really doing anything about them, that are coming our way, whether we like it or not, whether we believe it or not. Climate change and the advance of artificial intelligence, which is going to put hundreds of millions of people who are expecting a good, well-paid life out of work and unemployable with the skills that they have acquired through going to university or through a lifetime of work. And what's going to happen then? I have absolutely no idea. It's going to be a massive transfer of wealth to the people who already have all of the money, because they aren't going to have to pay their staff anymore, and at that point they will just reward themselves more. So then what? And then we'll have fewer people who are working, so there'll be fewer people paying taxes, but there'll be more people who will need benefits of some kind in order to keep living. And that equation doesn't add up. It's actually quite terrifying. And on that terrifying note, Richard, I've got to go because I'm past the news. But a robot would have told me that.
Affirmative.
Past the news. 0345 6060 973. It's just past 11:30. The news headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I'm taking you off the air. I think you're having a breakdown.
Yes, I think I'm having a breakdown because of the following alarming information. A bloke called Dan emailed me the following. Last week you mentioned Y2K, the bug Y2K, and intimated that nothing happened. This was by design. It actually did take a lot of work. Anyway, did you know that there was another rollover bug coming soon? And I didn't. Did you? It's called Y2K38, and it happens at 14 minutes past 3 in the morning on the 19th of January, 2038, which sounds like way into the future, but it actually isn't. Quite soon. And at that point, Unix time, which is something I've got no idea what that is, Unix time will roll over to 0, making it the 1st of January 1970. And we will all get to wear flares and winkle pickers again. And I don't know about you, but I couldn't stand those nylon shirts, says Dan. And so I looked it up, and Dan is completely correct in every respect. The Y2K38 bug will crash the world, and no one cares. Now, I can't remember where I got this information from. I haven't written it down, so apologies. But the facts of the matter are as follows. 2038 is coming, and your bank, fridge, and flights won't survive. Why is everyone ignoring it? Y2K was serious, but it didn't have the catastrophic effects each of our teachers warned us about. No planes fell, no banks closed, so we assumed it was all hype. What we did not understand at the time was that the world didn't evade a global disaster by luck. It was averted because millions of people around the world did additional work that you never see or know about for years and years, all for the purpose of preventing a disaster with no single credit taken or even recognised. It did seem like nothing happened. And the conclusion that we made at that point was, it was a big nothing anyway, so what we were all worried about. But it didn't happen because a lot of people made it not happen. You know, the disaster of Y2K, as 1999 became 2000. 13 years from now, a bug known as the year 2038 problem is expected to cause issues in representing time for certain computer systems. If left unaddressed, these devices will not handle values of time past 14 minutes past 3 in the morning on the 19th of January 2038. The original Y2K bug became such a global issue because the world for once behaved like a team. Governments formed task forces, firms spent millions of dollars on systems testing and systems rewriting. Engineers who specialised in tribal and obscure program languages like COBOL and Fortran unretired and worked to ensure that when the calendar switched to the year 2000, that the lights stayed on. And they did. The panic never occurred because the problem was solved prematurely. But what about Y2K38? The situation is just as serious, if not more. Y2K38 is a problem that affects how computers calculate time. All systems that still use 32-bit integers, now much of this I don't really understand, but I'll just say it out anyway in case you do. All systems that still use 32-bit integers will quit working on January the 19th, 2038. The Adobe Acrobat clock resets to 1901. Yet no one is building awareness of this. There's been little or no urgent media coverage about it. There's no IT task forces. There is literally silence. Embedded systems that use dates for either computation or diagnostic logging are most likely to be affected by the Y238 problem. Despite the modern 18 to 24-month generational update in computer systems technology, embedded systems are designed to last the lifetime of the machine in which they are a component. It's conceivable that some of these systems may still be in use in 2038. It may be impractical or in some cases impossible to upgrade the software running these systems, ultimately requiring a replacement if the 32-bit limitations are to be corrected. And so what is affected? Well, grip onto something firm. Transportation systems, from flight to automobiles, use embedded systems extensively. In car systems, this may include anti-lock braking, electronic stability control, traction control, automatic four-wheel drive. Aircraft may use inertial guidance systems and GPS receivers. Another major use of embedded systems is communication in devices using cell phones and internet-enabled appliances. You know, the stuff that, like pretty much everything you buy in your house now is they want you to connect it to the internet. I bought an oven and it wouldn't work properly unless I connected it to the Wi-Fi.
What?
An oven. So there'll be routers, wireless access points, IP cameras, your home alarm, that kind of thing. The chief research officer of the Finnish antivirus firm F-Secure says that they're calling it an epocalypse. Nothing serious. Epocalypse. He said it could have much worse consequences than being unable to tell the time. He said, try changing your phone's calendar to 2039. He said, you can't. I wouldn't even know how you'd go about doing that. He said banks might not be able to dispense money or make transactions. There won't be no money. What? Cell phones might not be able to make calls. Your home alarm system may go nuts or might not be able to tell if an intruder is broken in. GPS-based navigation systems, like on aircraft, might not be able to tell GPS receivers where they are. Back in the year 2000, the Y2K bug was feared to be a computer system error where 2-digit years would make the year 2000 read as 1900. And for most people this didn't happen and there was no global catastrophe. This computer expert from Finland said, I remember spending the night of December the 31st, 1999 on the phone with our partners, beginning with New Zealand to make sure that nothing happened. Yet the Y2K bug wasn't a dud. A tremendous amount of work went into fixing bugs in the months beforehand. And there were still problems. For example, in healthcare, in computers in the UK, he said. It led to 154 false positives sent to pregnant women about whether their fetuses had Down syndrome. Some babies were aborted, he said. I don't know about that either. He said, I guarantee we will run out of time to fix all the bugs regarding 2038. I didn't even know about this. Any operating system that uses Linux or anything similar is going to be affected. This can affect the following. This list includes, but is not limited to, DVD players, smart TVs, digital cameras, home routers, patient monitors, infusion pumps, smart meters, older versions of Windows, banking software, stock trading platforms, databases, modern cars, which contain 50 or 150 microcontrollers each, and older cars which use 32-bit chips. But it's okay, the government says there's nothing to worry about. 0345 6060 973. We're doomed. Dumfries, Gareth.
Yes.
Yes, Gareth.
Well, Nick, I'm worried about the cheese crisis.
About the what?
The great cheese crisis.
There's a cheese crisis?
There's a cheese crisis.
I didn't know that. Go on.
Well, in our local area, we make cheese, you see, and now there's a shortage of it.
What kind of cheese do you make in Dumfries?
Cheddar.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, and there's a shortage of cheddar?
There's a shortage of cheddar in Dumfries.
Well, have you tried Ilchester, perchance?
No, I've never been there in my life.
Camembert? Bresse Bleu?
I love Camembert.
How about some brie? I think we've got some brie, but it might be a little runnier than you like.
Well, preferably at room temperature.
Okay, I'll get it sent over. Thanks a lot, Gareth. Apologies to John Cleese and whoever else wrote that sketch. Isn't it weird? Among the funniest things that Monty Python ever did were just lists. The cheese shop sketch is just a list. As is, by the way, the parrot sketch. That's just a list of synonyms for dead. And yet it's hilarious. Let's have Maidenhead. Hello, Gary.
Oh, evening to you, Nick.
Gary.
I was just thinking of him when he gave the car a good thrashing.
Yes.
That was one of the best, the old Austin.
Well, he had told it time and time again.
Yeah, I bet a lot of people do that to their cars, especially the electric ones.
Well, it'll take the paint right off. You just have to brush by a bush with your car, and I don't know what they use as paint, but it doesn't seem to adhere to the car very well. Any slight, tiny little thing that just scrapes it right off, in my experience. Probably just me.
Probably sprayed by robots now.
Most certainly, Gary.
I just thought, because you were talking about Trump and his ballroom, and that lady a few calls back about swimming. I was over at Aylesbury the other day. It's in the local paper, so it's no big secret.
Yeah.
But Aylesbury's got a bit of a problem. The food banks are running out of food and now appealing. And 12 miles down the road, where our lovely Tony Blair lives in his £4 million mansion, if you think about Thunderbirds, and do you remember when Thunderbird 1 used to come out from the ground and the swimming pool went back?
Yes.
Yeah. Tony Blair is going to spend £500,000 on a swimming pool that raises and lowers because when they're not using it, they don't want to see it out the bedroom windows. And the people at Aylesbury, the local sort of like conversation is, we're desperate. Aylesbury has got such a homelessness and the food banks. 12 miles down the road, Tony Blair can find £500,000 for a swimming pool to come out of the ground.
For a disappearing swimming pool?
Yeah, so, maybe when Mr. Trump gets to hear about that, he'll think, I'll have to give Tony a ring and see where he's got his retractable swimming pool
Right,
from.
a combination ballroom and swimming pool. That sounds incredible.
Can I just say something else before I...
Yes, go ahead.
On the 14th of September, this is in the local paper and all, 14th of September, there's one of these little steam railways, the people...
Oh, yeah.
Them little railways.
Yeah.
But guess who's going to be there? On the 14th of September.
On the 14th of September. Gordon Brown.
It may well be, because he's going to be in disguise. I should read it to you as it says here. Come along to the station at Chinner on the 14th of September and come and meet Santa.
What? Santa?
It says here, all the elves are working very hard to get all the presents sorted out for the children for Christmas, but Santa is going to be here early to talk to children to make sure that what they want for Christmas will be delivered.
Well, that's
Come along at 14th of September.
No, I most certainly will do nothing of the sort.
No.
That's ridiculous. But
So I'm thinking, when he's left the train station, maybe he can go and have a swim at Tony's.
Yes. No, But you do get the prize for having mentioned Christmas first this year on this show.
14th of September. I mean, the children will love it, but my God.
I'm not sure they will. I think you've got to get worked up for Christmas, even as a kid. September is just not Christmassy. Just isn't.
Well,
all right,
anybody that wants, obviously, if they want to do the children, they need to... Well, both of them stories are in the Buxley Press, so anyone that wants to look up where Santa's going to be,
right?
Or if Tony,
or they want to make sure that they know where he is, just so they can avoid that whole Santa issue. Yeah. All right. Good work. Thanks a lot, Gary. You believe that? Well, they've had Halloween stuff in the store for about a month already in supermarkets. Getting desperate they are. 0345 6060 973, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott.
You're joking.
John texts, ripe bananas. Mash them up with jam or chocolate spread and put them in sandwiches. Yummy. Well, that does actually sound pretty good. Paul says, why would you sneakily spray weather-changing chemicals out of a plane when the government will pay you millions to pump them out of a giant chimney? We were talking about chemtrails and contrails last night. Don't ask me how we got onto that. I've got no idea. But, yes, the government, they won't just pay you millions, they'll pay billions. You know, it's something like £17 billion a year that we, poor dopes who pay taxes, give in subsidies to the fossil fuel giants. 17 billion. So when oily charlatans with Union Jack socks on, who hyperventilate about climate change, tell you that, wind farms take 14 million in subsidies per year, then they just think that fossil fuel companies take 1,000 times that. Just keep that in mind. Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Oh, hi. Hi, good evening, Nick.
Yes, Jan.
Yeah. How are you?
Great.
Yes, so I'm coming back to Trump. Coming back to make a
it's
few points about...
impossible not to.
Yeah, because what I've been picking up on is it's how to lead to it. I'll lead to the main point, but it's just that what happened this week is when Trump he shortened the deadline for Putin to agree to end the conflict in Ukraine, and yet Putin has said what they say. He said yesterday something about disappointments from inflated expectations, blah blah blah. But he also said that Moscow's war aims haven't changed, and that his forces were advancing. So I mean that's one thing, but also there's the whole point about both sides actually. Ukraine, not America, Ukraine and Russia at least Russia could have lost as many as 1 million men. It's not just, but when they say casualties, they don't really know. It could be deaths, 1 million of their military people, as well as Ukraine could have lost so many. But I mean, Russia's determined. It says it's not. They're still advancing through Ukraine. They're not going to stop the war. And also, you mentioned earlier about these hypersonic missiles. Well, Russia is now producing those hypersonic missiles called what they call Oreshniks.
Yeah, I don't think I did mention anything about hypersonic missiles. I don't think it really matters one way or the other. Both sides are absolutely brilliant.
Sorry, I nearly called you my nephew's name. There's nothing like them. The speed they travel at.
Yeah, it doesn't really make never mind. If both sides have got thousands of nuclear weapons at their disposal, it doesn't really matter how fast they deliver them.
No, but the thing is, these Oreshniks, then, that's what they're called, hypersonic missiles.
Yeah.
They can travel up to 7,400
well, that's
miles
super.
per hour.
But there'll be hundreds coming in the opposite direction, and they won't be able to take all of them out of the air.
No. But this is the point about them. They say they cannot be intercepted by air defences.
Yeah,
and
it doesn't make never mind how many of those super fast rockets they've got, because hundreds of slower ones will be coming in the other direction.
But it's not. It can carry conventional and nuclear warheads. But the thing is that Russia is giving these to its ally, Belarus. Yes, they're deploying them to Belarus. So they're going to be. Russia's not on its own as well as it's got China there. I mean, in a way, what happened while Trump was doing his his what do you call
nut.
it? With Putin and wanting, but threatening sanctions if he doesn't attend peace talks. But the thing is, at the same time, what I found interesting is that NASA, America, had a meeting with Russia's space agency. Yes. And because they
still cooperate with people who are on the International Space Station. Yes.
Yeah. But apparently, this is where the rub is in all of this, that because Russia actually pulled out of all of that ages ago and is now partnering with China's moon program. But I think that's one side of America wanting to pull Russia into its.
Well, as soon as they start mining, as soon as whichever side starts mining the moon and finds trillions of dollars worth of precious metals, then we're probably going to war over the moon. Let's hope it happens on the moon.
No, Nick. This is for the International Space Station. So the Artemis? Sorry, it's this particular project that's being worked on.
But what's your
by
concern,
NASA.
though, Jan?
No, but they wanted Russia to join them because it's to do with the joint exploration.
Right. Okay. Well,
space.
that's great. I mean,
they can control the defence systems on Earth from an International Space Station. That's the thing. I forgot. There's a special word for it. I've forgotten it. I can't.
They can control. Well, they've got a remote control for the Earth's defence systems on the International Space Station.
Some satellite things. I don't know they're developing, but I think that's what America was hoping, that they might get Russia back in line with them.
What do you mean by America? Do you mean how America used to be with Obama and Joe Biden?
No.
Or,
to get Russia. Nick,
or do you mean what America is like now with this painted clown off the telly?
Don't be rude.
No, I mean this. They met face to face with one of Russia's.
Yeah.
Russia's,
okay. Well, that's great. But what is your concern?
Yeah. No. The concern is that. Look, that the Artemis project they wanted Russia to come in was for joint exploration of deep space and also having defence systems.
Yeah, you keep
there.
explaining it to me, but what is your concern?
But
I mean, you're obviously exercised about all of this. What's up?
No, okay, all right, no. But the thing is that Russia and China now are partners. Russia joined China's moon program in direct rival to the American one and NASA.
Yeah, and?
So that means that it's no good thinking Russia's on its own in relation to its war with
I don't think that anybody does think that Russia was on its own. China is on this.
Russia.
Yeah, I know that.
No,
this is not new information you're giving us, Jan. China has partnered with Russia, and Iran's in the mix as well, and North Korea probably too. And it's an axis of evil over there, mind you. We got our axis is not completely devoid of evil here too. You know, human beings, eh?
Dreadful.
Shock. I've met some, but I'm not keen. Anyway, Jan, have a nice cup of tea and calm down. Everything's going to be fine. Unless it isn't. In which case, I take all that back. Wayne texts, I've just had a curry. I ate it in a hurry. It's now in my tummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. You can have that for free, says Wayne. I think free's a bit too much. Tom says, I've done an essential piece of homework for you. The Welsh translation of goose and cuckoo is, wait for it, gwyd? No, what's double D in Welsh? It's a th, isn't it? Gwyd and CHWCW? How'd you pronounce that? Gwyd and... no idea. He says, where's Jeff? We need some help. We certainly do. 0345 6060 973. Jill says, I agree with all that you say about bananas and also that awful sticky stuff that holds them together. What awful sticky stuff? Matt says, I'm sitting next to a hedgehog right now. We're both listening to your show. I found it earlier on my allotment and, my show? Oh, the hedgehog. And it is clearly very poorly. Oh, I'm hoping to be able to nurse it back to health, says Matt. Poor little hedgehog. Well, keep us updated. 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbot, LBC.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
This is absolute tosh.
Do not panic! Do not panic! We are trained professionals!
Yeah, everyone's running around pulling their hair out thinking, oh my God, it's going to be World War III. Nothing of the sort. I bet he hasn't even moved any submarines. I moved them with the force of my brain. I bet he hasn't done anything at all. He just says it out loud. He lies about everything else. Why would he tell the truth about this? I have the biggest rocket anybody... I ask Melania. I mean, he's not going to risk World War III, is he? Because any explosion will blow his wig off.
I don't wear a toupee.
Evan says, if you live near a body of water, Nick, keep an eye out for periscopes. Well, that is right. They could be absolutely anywhere. This says, the Jet 2 song the Trump administration used is Hold My Hand by Jess Glynn.
Rock and roll!
I don't know it or her. Or him. Sexist. Navi says, didn't hedgehogs teach us how to cross the road? And on that subject, this says, you haven't seen a hedgehog in real life. Check your tyres. Oh, very bad taste. And on that subject, which seems to be occupying some people's minds, Bobby says, you've never seen a hedgehog. I need to be careful. I need to be careful not to step on them. My greyhound ate 2. How do you eat a hedgehog? Very carefully. He says, by the way, I've had many breeds of dog, and no other breed is more difficult to separate from its dinner than a greyhound. I heard they're really lazy. I mean, my expectation of what it would be to own a greyhound would be that you'd have to be, out there running like 5 times a day, just belting along just to, give it a bit of exercise. But apparently they love nothing more than just lying about the place. Like me. Let's see now. Oldbury. Hello, Rangers.
You okay?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah. I had some documents, emailed to me from India about a relative, who was deceased. And it says his date of birth was 1st of January 1900, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, he weren't definitely not. So I phoned up my cousin and I said, hang on, why is his date of birth not the 1st of January 1900? He says, let me find out. And he rang me back the next day. And India's supposed to be really good at, IT and that. Well, that's their code to say someone's deceased. So you could have been born in 1965, and if you're dead now, and their code is, 1st of January, date of birth, it says 1st of January 1900. So,
anybody that's died in India has their date of birth changed to the 1st of January 1900.
Yeah.
No.
Seriously, yeah. And when he went back to the authorities, he says, oh, no, that's our code. And I'm just thinking, well, you should put the date of birth or when they were born, and then just put deceased, whatever. So, you're going back to this Y2K and all this thing you're talking about.
Mm.
Maybe they didn't have the technology to do it. And this was my dad's cousin. I think he died in 2005.
But what if you were actually born on the 1st of January 1900?
Maybe you was a stillbirth.
Huh.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be anything. I don't know. But what I'm on about, India is supposed to be ahead of everybody else in, information technology, and maybe they haven't got the program to do that in their, in their archives or whatever. So I remember my granddad was born on the 4th of January 1904.
Not anymore.
No, definitely not. No. But anyway, and the other thing is that, going on about, these people that phone up and say, well, I had a plan and what I was going to talk to you about. You know what? On your 2 programs on Fridays and Saturdays, there's no plan. Everything gets changed. Yeah.
There's no plan. There's no plan, and furthermore, there's no strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Zero strategy.
This morning, when I go to the shop and I'm prepping, I listen to LBC. I was listening to Matt Fry, and actually, an expert, got cut off, and Matt Fry thought it was a technical error, right? But your red button that you press
Yeah.
It was something like that happened. I think you ought to listen to it. And they was talking about Donald Trump. Yeah.
How do you know we got a red button?
Well, Donald Trump's got a red button. If he presses that, we're all done.
It's either World War III or he gets another Diet Coke. And those two buttons are really close together on his desk, so we're lucky to be alive.
Yeah, but, Matt Fry, then he explained that, he had to apologise about what the guest had said. Right?
But you didn't hear what the guest had said.
I heard it.
Right.
And if you listen to it, you'll hear it as well. Because I don't want you to get sued.
Well,
right?
I want to protect my delicate ears.
Warning!
Yeah,
warning.
It wasn't a swear word.
Right.
It was about.
Well, don't tell us.
It was what Donald.
Yeah, but don't tell
Trump
us.
prefers. I'm not going to tell you.
Don't tell us.
It. And then he actually got cut off. Right. I thought it was a bit of interference, right? But like how Donald Trump is sending out, $10 billion lawsuits. Can Global afford a $10 billion lawsuit?
Yeah, no one can.
No one can. No. Yeah. So that's what it was. Okay. Anyway, that is. When you said about 93-bedroom houses. Yeah, on how big his ballroom's going to be.
93, and that is not the footprint of the house. That is the top floor taken off the ground floor and put next to it. It's the entire floor space of a 3-bedroom house multiplied by 90 times.
No.
And
that's you're confusing us. People like me, right, who are pretty good with figures and that, right? When you get it in order, you get a prize.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You're going to tell me, is it half a football pitch, quarter of a football pitch?
Okay, well, I have that information. It's 1.5 times the size of an average football pitch.
Oh, my God. So compared to the ballroom in Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle or, I don't know, wherever these kind of ballrooms are, how big is it compared to that then?
I don't know, but it's going to be, I think, twice as big as the current White House. The ballroom that he's going to stick on the side of the White House is going to be twice as big as the White House.
Then he's definitely not going.
He ain't going nowhere.
You know what? That's going to be his granny flat, that is. He's going to turn that into a granny flat, right? Yeah. And claim squatters' rights.
Yeah.
Okay?
He ain't leaving, no.
I agree with you. He ain't definitely leaving. And the thing where you say about all these people making loads of money, like the caller said earlier, that in, I forgot what High Wycombe, or was it somewhere where Tony Blair lives, yeah?
Yeah.
See, if you look at what's going on in America, the ones that really are well behind, supporting Donald Trump, in 5 years' time, they're going to be living in tents. Right?
Yes.
Okay, and if they can afford a tent, right? And Donny's going to think, hang on, I can charge them a land space for where they pitch that tent, yeah? These are the people who are voting these kind of people in.
I know. It's remarkable. Almost everything that he is doing, Donald Trump is doing, is going to negatively affect the people that voted for him the most. The people who are on the coast, the rich people, the people who are in the Democrat states, they'll be okay-ish. It's the poor people in the middle and in the south who voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. Those are the ones that are going to really suffer. And so their faith in Orange Jesus is going to be really tested.
Yeah, can I pull you back a little bit on that? The one where you said the middle-class people are going to suffer because the ones with the degrees and that.
Well, this is the takeover of AI.
AI, yeah.
Different subject.
So these people that live in the West Coast and the East Coast and the ones that in this country are reasonably well off, they're going to be, scrapping, right, for the breadcrumbs and what's left over.
Yes.
Right? So his strategy is working because he wants to finish the Democrats.
Yeah, but it's a different issue entirely. That has nothing to do with Donald Trump. That is the advance of artificial intelligence.
Yeah, but these are the people who are funding it and they're encouraging it, right? Now,
the people who own the AI companies, the psycho tech bros, they're going to be making so much money. They won't know they already don't know what to do with it, but they're going to be making all of the money in the world. It's like somebody will pick up a tablecloth from the middle. Like if you imagine picking up a tablecloth from the middle.
I agree. No, how's the money actually going to be generated when no one's going to be working?
It's going to happen slowly. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to happen slowly, and by small amounts, people will get fired. There'll be 1,000 here and 1,000 there, and then 100,000, and by the end of the year, it'll be like 1 million people worldwide. And so, in the intervening period, people will still be, doing their normal thing, and they'll be buying products and all of that sort of stuff, and the money will just accrue massively to maybe 5 people. I would imagine it's going to come down to something like that, because companies will buy other companies, and the wealth distribution, which is bad now, is going to be so skewed that society can do nothing but break down. I can't imagine what is going to happen. The only way out would be a universal basic income that is set high enough for people to have a comfortable lifestyle, that they're still out there buying stuff. Because otherwise, the society will completely break down. I mean, if hundreds of millions of people don't have work, then nothing will. Then the society won't function anymore. The problem is, the people with all the money won't want to give any of it up. They won't pay more in tax to let us poor dopes at the bottom of the ladder have enough to buy the products that they're making, by which time they'll have made so much money they won't really care anymore.
Yeah, I think what the answer, Nick, is, right, that we need to go back to the bartering system, yeah? where you bring me a bottle of milk, right? And I'll give you a bag of chips.
A bag of chips. What, for a bottle of milk? I think I want a bit more than that.
Well, you know what I mean, don't you? Yeah, because I was doing some research, right? You know, when the British went to India and their GDP was something like 28%, and the farmers used to trade with each other, for grain and sugar or whatever.
The GDP was 28%. What does that mean?
It was each person was producing 28% more than what they were spending. Like our GDP now is something like 4 or 5. I don't even know what it is, right? And China, 200 years ago, they were the one of the richest countries. India and China were. And then the British went, okay, I tell you what, we'll tax these farmers and start getting the money off them in taxes, right? So if we don't take out any loans, which people are doing silly, buying more. You know what? I've got a 10-year-old mobile phone. I don't need to change it. I can afford a new one, but I don't change it. I keep getting these messages.
Hey, Ranjit, right? have you not seen adverts?
I know, but what I'm trying to say is, we're putting ourselves into those traps.
Yes,
right,
of course. We're buying stuff we don't need with money we haven't got. That's absolutely true. Yes, it's completely unsustainable, and I don't know what is going to happen to the world in a very short space of time, because all of these changes are barreling right at us. It is not some distant sci-fi imagining in the future. It's like tomorrow. It's happening right now. And no one's doing anything about it. No one is talking about it. No one is planning for it, because politicians have got no clue as to how to even begin to do anything about it. And so they're just pretending that it doesn't exist and hoping that the consequences don't play out while they're still in power. Yeah, Ranjit, I've got to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbot, LBC.
This is LBC. This is LBC with Nick Abbott.
Right, so what are we doing?
Carol, we're doing a radio show, but it does remind me that I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin. It comes out twice a week.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think you'll love it. It's a problem-solving podcast. If you have a problem or something you'd always wondered about, an issue that you don't know the answer to, then leave it in the hands of the unprofessionals and send it to the following address: nickandcarol@global.com. NICKANDCAROL @global.com, and prepare to be totally satisfied.
Oh, right, yeah.
Ask for it by name on an internet near you. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? I think there's over 350 episodes up there at the moment. Comes out on Monday and a Friday. And if you just want to sort of check out from the world and have a little laugh you want to put all of this misery behind you and, just have a little mental holiday, then it'll be right up your alley. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? Bodmin. Hello, Malcolm.
Oh, hello, Nick. How are you, sir?
Good, thanks.
Couple of three things tonight, my friend, and you're talking to Angry from Bodmin. And I'm going to introduce a story which has only just caught my eye, and this has really, really angered me because it's a little bit personal and it's funny.
Is it about the sunbed wars in Spain?
No.
Right.
It's far worse than that.
Worse.
One Angela Rayner has declared war on allotments. Now, an allotment is somewhere where very often someone who isn't, most blessed in the finances department rents a little piece of soil to grow some veggies, maybe some flowers.
A little piece of Britain to call their own.
No, listen to this. My daughter, who I would never, ever have thought it, my daughter recently acquired an allotment in Scotland.
Oh, yeah.
And Angela Rayner is going to scrap allotments, get this, to enable local authorities to sell the land to help their finances. Now, we are talking a Tory government here, Nick, in my humble view.
That does seem seem kind of. I sort of get it, but I sort of don't. I mean, how much of the family silver do we actually have left? Not much. I mean, this is what we're down to, I guess. Here's the story. Angela Rayner was given the green light for cash-strapped councils to sell off allotments to raise funds. As Housing Secretary, the Deputy Prime Minister has given councils flexibility to sell some assets, including allotment sites, to fund day-to-day spending.
No, look, but then again, look at the name alongside that story. It's a man who is on the opposite side of the political fence to who we all thought Angela Rayner was, right? So I'm going to leave that story there, but I said to you some time ago, there are a few clients in this Labour hierarchy, and this was before the election, I said this to you, they are going to be problematic, and I tell you what, they're raising their heads now. I'm not going to say 100% Angela Rayner is definitely one of those, but she is borderline, Nick, in my view.
Borderline now, what? Borderline what?
Well,
Tory.
One of these dodgy Labour characters who are going to get Labour into trouble and are going to ruin the opportunity for Britons at large, let's say 80% of Britons, to get a better deal in life, yeah?
Yeah, no. I don't think we can really put allotments in that category, though. I mean,
no,
I'm all for allotments. I think it's a good idea, and they're not unpleasant to the eye. They're not particularly nice to look at as you zip by on a train. But I get that people would be in love with their allotment.
Well, let me put that look into the category of bus stations that were sold in the 90s, 80s, and 90s all over Britain. So bus services were reduced, bus stations were sold.
Yes.
School playing fields were sold to build houses. I worked in a school here in Cornwall where a fair amount of land that the school I worked in owned was sold off to build houses.
Yes, I get all that. We're selling the silver, probably because the stupid mistake. This all goes back to we gave away our oil. If we hadn't have given away our oil, we'd be Norway right now. Now I know there's fewer people who live in Norway, but I think per head of population they're the richest country in the world. But I think they're richer than Luxembourg, aren't they? And that's right at the top of the tree. And that's because they didn't give away their oil. We did.
But look, there's something bigger than that. I've never seen this before, which is the reason I rung out of absolute shock and fear. If you look now, Rick, and you get a colleague to bring this one up for you, there's a weather warning, and the warning is, do not open your doors unless you have to.
I saw that as well, and I just thought, oh, come off it. That's just silly.
But listen.
Yeah.
You look at the story, bring the story up, right? And again, it expands because they are warning people of things, again, that I've never seen us as a nation being warned about. It does look, in my view, quite as scary. When you put, look, I've got up to this bit up here.
Now, which newspaper are you looking at?
Well, this is in the Telegraph, right?
Oh, the Telegraph, right.
In Apple News. I don't subscribe, I don't read. I go into Apple News and there's a whole host of stories you could choose from.
Yeah.
But they were warning, anyway, it isn't looking good. It's looking flipping scary, my friend. And look.
Oh, here we go. Storm Flores. Do not open doors unnecessarily during Storm Flores, Met Office warns.
Yeah.
That can't possibly be to everybody. It must be somebody who's living, to people who are living on a Scottish island somewhere.
What I think it is, Nick, is this storm is going to hit the sort of Glasgow belt, in the middle of Scotland, really badly. And
always Glasgow.
I know somebody up there, right? But the point is this: there's an awful lot of people up there, I would imagine, at this point in time, August, on holidays. You got the Fringe and all these other things. I suspect and this big storm is coming at a very unusual time for a storm, isn't it? In the middle of
that's
August.
right. And I guess the crucial thing is that the trees are in leaf.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Now look, final point, Nick, from me is
this the happy ending?
This is the happy ending, and it's the Donald and his ballroom, and he hasn't got enough ballroom at the moment, so he's going to build some more ballroom. And the point is this, right? At the present time, they've got 200 covers, right? In other words, they can put on a ball for 200 people. They're going to raise that to 600. So at the end of the day, look, Nick, I've been to weddings, 150, 200 people, and, the ballrooms haven't been huge. So you're looking at a room 3 times bigger than the kind of ballrooms that almost all of us will have been to at some point in our lives. This isn't a massive space. But
90,000 square feet is 1.5 times the size of an average football field.
But the point is this, Nick, I think that's a little bit extravagant. And not only that, you imagine what you can build, because let's face it, a ballroom is 4 walls and a roof, right? With hopefully a larger open space so everybody can see everybody and you can dance around the ballroom. But the point is, Nick, it's 150 to 200 million pounds.
It's going to be way more than that. Because Donald Trump will want everything covered in gold for a start. Yeah. He'll want massive chandeliers. He'll want beautiful parquet flooring. He'll want, the full-on dictator chic.
I think you'll be invited there one day because us Brits know that it's you who has put the Donald on the map, Nick.
Yeah, right. If I'm invited there, warning, I'm definitely not going because it's a trap. Thanks a lot, Malcolm. Here's that story. The Met officers warn people to only open their doors where needed during Storm Flores. I've never heard that before in my life. The forecaster said the storm will bring unusually windy weather for this time of the year, with 85-mile-an-hour gales and heavy rain set to hit parts of the UK.
Oh, no.
A rare yellow weather warning for wind has been issued for northern parts of the country from 6 a.m. in the morning on Monday to 6 a.m. on Tuesday. The Met Office said Storm Flores is forecast to bring strong winds and heavy rain for parts of the UK from Monday. Stay weather ready and check out some advice from our partners about keeping yourself and your home and your garden safe. No, I'm going to wing it. Other advice includes, but is not limited to, opening internal doors only as needed and close them behind you. Parking vehicles in a garage, secure loose objects such as ladders, garden furniture, or anything else that could be blown into windows, and stay indoors as much as possible. Oh my God, what are they predicting? Forecasters add that if you need to leave your home, then try not to walk or shelter close to buildings and trees. Now, are they saying try not to walk, or you should shelter close to buildings? No, don't do either of those things. They said the strongest winds will be most likely affect Scotland on Monday, and there remains some uncertainty in the depth and track of flores. So they don't really know. They're saying, we don't know. But I will check on the weather for Glasgow while you wait. Fairly sure it's going to be rainy. One moment, please. Well, it's raining at the moment in Glasgow. Can you believe that?
Yes.
And it will be, what? Sunny tomorrow? Pfft, rubbish. And up until 5 in the morning on Monday, the winds are only 6 miles an hour. That's at 5, according to the very same people who gave the alarming weather forecast that I've just told you about. But then at 11 o'clock, then it really starts kicking up. But it doesn't say 85, not in Glasgow anyway. 50 mile an hour, which is still pretty fast for this time of year, most certainly, and because the trees are in leaf. Could be serious. They said, in a nutshell...
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
It's 12:30 on LBC, the news headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Yeah! Dude!
On the subject of Vladimir Putin not swinging his arm while he walks, he's got that prison yard strut. Philip texts, Putin's non-swinging arm is part of his KGB training. Why would he be trained not to swing his arm? And John says, Putin's right arm doesn't swing because it is obstructed by having Jeffrey Epstein's client list in his in his breast pocket. Happy to help.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Let's have Tavistock. Hello, Rose.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Rose.
Yes, I've got two things.
Yes.
An example of assonance and a lovely experience with a dog, which has suddenly become relevant with your last story.
Oh, yeah.
If I can do it. Anyway, assonance. Yes, I've always liked it. And I think it's something we tend to do instinctively. I was trying to catch you at it so I could give you an example, but it hasn't happened.
I read a description of what assonance means, and I didn't really understand it. I'm still a bit confused myself. So
it didn't make any sense.
It
I
didn't
don't know
make
where
any
that came
sense
from.
at all.
Well, I've got a line from Wordsworth. There's this poem, funnily enough, I'd been thinking about in another context the other day. And it's simply this. It's about the daffodils, you know. They stretched in never-ending line along the margin of the bay. That's what it is. It's the vowel. Stretched, never-ending. They stretched in never-ending line. You see? That's assonance.
I don't understand which bit's assonance.
Well, stretched and never are both based on the same sound, right? Stretched, never.
Right.
And ending, never ending. So those three together make what they call assonance.
Right. Well, it's news to me. I'll read
Lovely.
this. I'll read
Lovely.
this dictionary definition again.
Oh,
Resemblance
God.
of sound. Yeah, I know. Resemblance of sound between syllables of nearby words arising particularly from the rhyming of two or more stressed vowels, but
I
not
suppose so.
consonants.
No,
E.g.,
yes.
sonnet, porridge.
Yeah, that's the R sound. Yeah.
Right. But also
I
from
think-
the use of identical consonants with different vowels, e.g., killed, cold, or cold. See,
I don't understand that at all. That's new to me.
I
Yeah.
get any of the above. It reconfirms my dislike of poetry.
Yes, but you see, the way you use language, Nick, you instinctively do it quite poetically. I'll leave that there, shall I?
Okay.
Touching the stubble plains, that's another example. No, it was just a lovely experience the other day. I was sitting on a rock on Wednesday, prior to climbing the hill behind me, you see, and there appeared just below me, coming to across the path below me, the most glorious golden brown and white collie you've ever seen, sheepdog.
Oh, right, the ones that can't really see where they're going.
Oh, no, that's an old English sheepdog. No,
Like the Dulux dog. Is that what you're talking about?
No, definitely
Right.
not.
Okay.
No. Now let me see if I can. Have you not seen...
like a sheepdog.
A sheepdog.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Those are really smart. Those are smarter than their owners, mostly.
Yes, they are. I know to my cost. That's another story. But yes, they're relatively unusual, the brown and white. And it's because it's imprinted in me, I think, because I used to play all day when I was little with our brown and white collie, Vicky, sheepdog, I should say, Welsh sheepdog. And I just saw this one, Nick, only he was bigger than Vicky. It was a male. I sort of knew it was because it was big stature. And I called out to the man, I said, "Glorious collie, oh." So he sent him up to me, and he wouldn't really stay and let me ruffle his lovely fur. He went straight back to the man. And the man had come from the northeast. I could tell by his accent, but he said he had. And they'd come down. We weren't on Dartmoor as such, but they were going right out to Dartmoor eventually. They're having a little walk just now up this hill. To join in a regular training, probably teaching it, I don't know, for mountain rescue.
Oh, yeah.
You see, which is now known really as search and rescue. And I thought, gosh, how wonderful. And then when they came back down, because I was still sitting there munching away at my whatnot. And
you had a whatnot?
No, it was lunch. And
what kind of drink goes with the whatnot, by the way?
Oh, tea. I have a glass of tea
of course
at all
it
times.
does, yeah.
Yeah.
Because a whatnot's too dry without a cup of tea, isn't
well,
it?
Exactly.
That's what I always find,
It definitely is. I'll tell you one day what it was. I won't go into it now because you'll launch me onto a discussion of food, and I don't want that.
Right.
And anyway, they came back, and the dog came straight to me and did the same thing again, ran back to his dad. And of course, what I realised, I need to tell you about the dog's name just quickly as well. What I realised was that was his great joy. It was in finding the person in trouble and rushing back to report.
Ah.
It's just absolutely wonderful, isn't it? I mean, he was divine, this animal. And I did get to ruffle him a bit. But I asked his name. And his name, I can't say it, because the lovely thing was, it's the same as the surname of my counsellor, who's a man. It's one of those sort of short names. And I thought that was just such a lovely sort of matching. And it's fairly unusual, actually. I can't really tell you because I'll be giving away my counsellor's surname, won't I?
Yeah.
So, you know. But I did let him know about this. And he said, what an honour to share the name. It is to share the name with a beautiful collie. And we agreed that both of them rescue people stranded on different mountains, which was rather neat.
Huh. It's almost, it's like a big, you joined a big circle in the sky. It's like you were sort of cosmically twinned with that dog for just a moment there.
Oh, Nick, what a lovely thing to say. I know you're joking, but...
But that dog is probably about to get fired by artificial intelligence.
Affirmative.
Because, drones will be able to find people much more efficiently than that dog. But, I wish him or her all the best. All right, thanks for that, Rose. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Suzanne says, Wales are not the only one with long words. When my son was 5, his favourite word was... Oh, blimey. Oh, I know this one. Flocky, knocky, inihilification. That's more or less right. Flocky, knocky, nihil, ipil, oh, never mind. She says, which actually means not much or not a lot. Yes, he is very random, says Suzanne. Well, I blame the parents. Jan says, have you noticed that Medvedev has recently adopted the same distinguished walk as Putin, rootin' tootin'? No, I have not. Maybe it's catching, whatever Vlad's got. And Tiggy says, have you ever noticed how enormous Marco Rubio's ears are? I can't take him seriously anymore. No, but have you any idea what he listens to on Spotify? Because I have detailed files. Well, mostly I've got detailed files about J.D. Vance. the Vice President of the United States of America, whose presence I bet you'd forgotten completely about, because it's all about the Donny. So I'll get to that in a minute. 0345 6060 973. York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick.
Jan.
How are you?
I am great, mate.
Good. Don't throw your squishy bananas out.
They get too sugary and blech.
Yeah, but you can make a lovely cake with them.
A cake? Like I'm going to do that?
Why not?
I can't make cake.
Why? Of course you can. Why can't you make cake?
Well, I don't know. It seems like it's too difficult. Cake.
Get on. Easy.
Well, go on then. How do you make banana cake?
Well, it's just like an ordinary cake, but you put mashed bananas in.
Yeah, but that's like saying, simply make a profiterole. Well, I've got no idea how to do that either.
Oh, come on. You beat fat and sugar together.
Well, yeah, but it's like a it's like a feat of magic, isn't it? Prestidigitation it is, making a cake.
No, it's easy.
It can't possibly be easy.
It is. It's easy.
Nonsense.
And then you can put it in a tin.
Yeah.
Stick it in your Wi-Fi oven. Bob's your uncle. You've got a lovely cake.
Yeah. I wish there was something that you could do with an overripe banana, because I'd never seem to be able to keep them from going overripe before. No, wait. I can't eat them before they go overripe. Yeah, that way round.
And in this warm weather, they do go ripe quick, don't they?
Very quick. They'll be green when you go to bed and inedibly mushy when you wake up in the morning. What's that about?
Well, this week I got some ripen at home ones. They're really green. I'm hoping they last a bit longer.
They're all ripen at home, aren't they?
No.
Bananas?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Well, you buy yellow ones, don't you?
Well, they usually have got a tinge of green on them when you pick them up from the supermarket. Or you are checking very carefully that there's no spiders in there. I always do that.
You don't want any spiders, do you?
Well, not spiders that come with bananas, because, you could put a saddle on those spiders.
Definitely. Awful things. So I'm hoping these green ones will last a bit longer. But,
I wonder if it's a good idea to put them in the fridge while they're...
No. Do you keep them in the fridge?
Yes, but it doesn't... It works a bit, but not... Maybe I'm waiting too long to put them in the fridge. Maybe they should get put in the fridge when they're green.
I don't think they're any good in the fridge.
I bet they're delivered chilled. I bet they don't travel all the way from wherever they're grown to here at room temperature or outside ambient temperature. I bet they're chilled, if not frozen. Well, probably not frozen, but they'll be chilled to a very great degree. Betcha.
Yes, maybe.
I definitely thought you were going to argue with me about that.
No. What can I do with that?
So, is that it? My instructions are make a cake?
Make a cake, and you'll like it when it comes out of the oven.
Right. Well, I would like it if it came out of the oven as a cake, but it seems vanishingly unlikely that that's ever going to happen. But thanks for the advice, Jan.
All right.
Okay, cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on WhatsApp, it's the same number as the phone, 0345 6060 973.
Leading Britain's conversation. Nick Abbot. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Come on, we're running late.
We are running late. Patrick says, take a closer look at all these nefarious world leaders as we speak, and you will notice that they're all walking funny. By the time you look out your window tomorrow morning, they'll all be back holding fishing rods and sitting on toadstools.
The little people.
What, like that, you mean?
But it ain't like you think. It ain't leprechauns, don't you see? It's little men from Mars or somewhere. And it ain't a toadstool they're under. It's a spaceship.
Yeah, it's not a toadstool, it's a spaceship. Look closer. Dagenham. Hello, Timothy.
Hello. Just briefly, I've heard the lady speaking about bananas, etc.
Yeah.
And I was told that when the bananas are packed in wherever they come from, they put an orange in with. They're packed green, and they put an orange in with them to ripen them on the way over. That's why you shouldn't put anything citrus in a fruit bowl with bananas, because it'll send them off.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought a banana made anything it's put with go ripe.
Well, maybe that's true then. But I thought
maybe the banana is making the orange ripe, not the other way around.
I don't know, though, because I think oranges come over already ripe, don't they? I think.
Yeah, you don't need to take an orange home to ripen it, do you? It's pretty much the only fruit that you can't buy unripe.
Yeah, so I think it would be
banana. Another one. Apple.
Apples. But I think it would be then bananas ripened with citrus.
Right.
Maybe someone knows for certain.
But in the meantime, I'm glad you called.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Tony. Thanks, Timothy. 0345 6060 973. I hope you're writing all this stuff down, because this is important. Canary Wharf. Hello, Ryan.
Hello, Nick.
Ryan.
Hello. Hi, I want to weigh in on the whole cake and banana issue.
Yes.
I'm trying to work out which one you'll argue with me less about. I'm gonna give you the banana one, because I was reading one of my favourite books, which is The Flavour Thesaurus.
The Flavour Thesaurus?
Thesaurus, yes, it's amazing. You literally thumb your way to any page, you open it, and you find something just fascinating. And one of them that I was looking at a few months ago was banana.
Yeah.
So you go to banana, and you find banana and maple syrup. And what you can do... Exactly. But it's not just fresh. So if... or not just raw. Or... not sure what you'd call a frozen banana. But not necessarily raw. Anyway, you take overripe bananas.
Yeah.
Freeze them for a while.
Right.
And then you get them out of the freezer whenever you like. Mm-hmm. Blend it with maple syrup. A bit of lemon juice.
Yeah.
Until it's smooth. And then eat it. And it's basically like banana ice cream. I've still not done it, to be fair, but because when I buy bananas, I just end up eating them. But leave the bananas to go go a bit.
So you haven't tried this yourself. So I'm the guinea pig in this.
Absolutely.
Scenario.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. but I will try it, and I'll call you back.
Yeah. Okay. Freeze the banana and then dip it in maple syrup.
Blend it with
maple syrup and a bit of lemon juice.
Yeah, just to add a little lightness, I guess.
I think what would be better if you blended it with a bit of milk.
It said a bit of, but I think it was meant to be vegan.
Right.
So maybe, but yeah, I'd do that.
And then you could add some like coffee liqueur, something like that.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, now we're really getting somewhere.
Absolutely, yeah. Get some like Cafe Patron or something, or a Kahlua. Yeah.
I can't believe you just said Cafe Patron.
It's yummy.
You know that has been unavailable for years.
Yes, discontinued. Just get Cascabel coffee instead.
But it's come back. Did you know?
Has it?
It's back.
No way.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
I've still got half a bottle of that in my cupboard, and I've been I've been saving it because they discontinued. It's such a fantastic drink.
I know.
And,
that's great.
I think it's back in limited numbers, Ryan. So don't pause for a single solitary second. I would get out there and buy some right now. All right.
I'm off. Thanks, Nick.
Okay, cheers. Cafe Patron.
Booze.
Yeah. It's the nutritious way to start the day. Any fool know that. Cumbernauld. Hello, Andrew.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes.
I thought I'd have a little answer for Putin's rather strange gait as far as his right arm goes.
Oh, yeah.
This dates back to his time in the security services. It's actually quite common for somebody, a Secret Service agent in the United States, for example. They're wearing a jacket with a fake right arm, and their actual right arm is tucked under is hidden under their jacket, constantly holding a pistol with a live round in the chamber, so that if they're protecting somebody, let's say a president or a vice president, they've already got their hand on the gun ready to protect the client they're working with.
Really?
So if Putin's walking along with what looks like a stiff right arm, it's either force of habit from his days in the security services, or it could be, let's say, he's got his actual right arm tucked under his jacket, or with his hand on a weapon ready for action.
Huh. Or maybe it got damaged when they removed his heart.
Yes, quite possibly. But so when you see a US Secret Service agent, they're quite often, their left hand will be clutching the false right hand to stop it looking too weird. So it looks like they're wandering along with both hands together, but they've actually still got the right arm under the jacket.
Wouldn't they need a much larger, specially made jacket in order to accommodate the extra arm?
Not really, no. Or maybe slightly, yes. But if you don't know to look for it, if you don't know that that's a possibility, that's what they've got, you maybe don't clock the fact that that's what's happening. But if you don't know to look for it, you maybe just, you're not particularly looking at them. You're looking at the president or whoever,
right?
Not the two or three Secret Service agents that happen to be in close vicinity.
Well, this sounds like the kind of secret that we're not supposed to know.
Well, possibly yes, but if you try and make a vice president's day a bad day, then it's something you only find out if you do that. So
yes, and then you'll be having a very bad day for the rest of your life. Yeah.
Yes, so for such like rest of a life as you might have.
Right.
And I was also going to suggest crisps or something for dipping. They should bring back Brannigan's crisps, which were the best crisps ever made, because they were a really thick crisps.
I never heard of them.
Oh, it was they were produced by KP, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
And they had the flavour, I think it was, the best flavour was roast beef and mustard, and they had ham and pickle. And it was, they were absolutely superb.
Well, if they were so good, then how come they aren't here anymore?
That I cannot answer.
Right.
Yes, but they were very, very, very good. But I think maybe not.
Probably had something to do with Vladimir Putin. Thanks a lot, Vladimir Putin.
Right.
You see what you've done?
Yeah, not Meghan Markle this time.
No, not this time, no. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Andrew. Jill says, never mind rare weather warning. Red lorry, yellow... That, as tongue twisters, try one smart fella, he felt smart. Well, it's a piece of cake. Easy. One smart fella, he felt smart. That's not hard at all. How many more of these have I got? Oh, God. Oh, no. Loads and loads. Okay, that one's about bananas. This one... I live next to the Portsmouth International Ferry Port, and I see the Fifey's lorries bringing bananas in, and all the lorries are refrigerated. Yeah, of course they are. Bananas live in fridges. Spider-Man, tariffs. Having gone vegan, I miss the taste of chicken, beef, and many other meats. I think it's pork you pine for the most. Oh, no. A listener with material. Kim says, please wish my husband a very happy birthday as it's now past midnight. If he stops listening to you, he'll get his present. Says Kim. I absolutely will not do that. Vicky says, please tell Matt with a hedgehog that he needs to get it to a hedgehog rescue or wildlife centre ASAP. Keep it warm. Don't give it milk or anything like that. How about banana bread? If possible, give it some kitten or cat food, chicken flavour. God, it's a bit specific, isn't it? How picky are these hedgehogs? Chicken flavour? It will need meds, says Vicky. I rescued 5 babies this year. Tracy says, I was listening to tonight's show with the back door open. I was watching my 2 hedgehogs having supper of dried mealworms. Oh, God. And a tub of water to drink. I think I'd want something a bit stronger than that if my dinner was dried mealworms. Hugh says, can you believe it? It's Sunday. Praise the Lord. Okay. Sarah says, why has no one picked up on the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved to prison much softer in regime? A prison much softer in regime. Maybe as part of a deal that she has cut, or even the first step to release her. Ghislaine Maxwell? Oh, I've screwed that up. It would have been funny, if only.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, a little bit. Not a lot, Donny. I mentioned it once. I think we may have gotten away with it. Now, if you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player and the new LBC app. The thing to ask for is Nick Abbott, the Whole Show podcast. Now, there is a technical issue. We're trying to get that tonight's and yesterday's up. And I would advise you to wait until the Whole Show podcast gets put up the internet. If it's not tonight, then very, very soon. I promise. If you want either of Global Player or the LBC app, you can find that they are free from your app store. I'll be back tonight for my normal show, for my abnormal show, tonight from 10 o'clock. Coming up before it's Ian Payne. But first, here's Clyde Bull. 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 First,